Hey, hey, hey! Back again with another chit-chat-ish kind of show, I guess. Except we're going to do something a little different today. Me and my guests are going to be poking the proverbial bear, so to speak. You know, we're going to try and get these globers out of their little caves, their little man caves, where they just sit and hide behind a computer desk, or a monitor, or a webcam. You know, making their little shit up or typing things on the computer, being little trolls. We're going to try and bait them. We're trying to get them in to come and have a debate with us, because ultimately I feel that they're having too much of an easy run. You know, being able to put these little videos, these hit piece videos out without actually coming to debate us, you know, or taking on less challenging opponents, let's say, and making a mockery of them in Fight the Flat Earth. Well, he did say he'd come on the channel. He did. Fight the Flat Earth did say he would come on the channel. Well, we'll see whether or not he's actually going to do that. But yeah, there's a whole host of globers out there that we need to try and drag in here by the little short and curlies. Let's see if we can poke them enough so that they have to respond. We'll see. In the meantime, let me do a few shout outs to some of the people we do have in. Bill G was here super early. First one here by a country mile, thank you. And Juco, nice to see you in. YouTube, along with SE Montreal, was in the chat. The Snark, Page 42, and Del West Watson, nice to see you in, pal. We got Ray G, 00000. Who else? Grave Dodger, nice to see you in, my friend. Le Bear, and Antecedent, Eloquent Collective, nice to see you in. Josie Marcillo, Page. They, Mark Goddard, F Evangelist, and I think I'm catching up here, hopefully. Jack 653, Individual 1, Brandon Toy. We have Mike Dornan. Who else do we have? Stormin Norman. We've got Jason White, Wide Awake, John Bernards. Wow. Josh, Globe Smashed, Paul Keelan, The Snooch 72. We got Jimbo, Jimmy Mathers, and yes, we've caught up. Yes, thank you. Yes, I think I caught everyone. If I did miss you, I do apologise. Right, let's introduce my guests. We've got Bevin, we've got Cleary, we've got Aaron, we've got Travis, we've got Rob Keane, and we have SE Montreal. How is everyone doing?
Hey.
Doing great, Ranty.
Hey.
Hello, what?
Hello, what ho? Do you think we're going to get some globers to come in this evening?
Absolutely not.
Is that rhetorical?
Danny D, get on the show. WS, get on the show. We know you're listening.
Did they surrender? Is the war over?
The war,
I don't know.
The war was never. There never really was a war for the past year. I think, you know. I mean, they waved the flag about a year ago. And their only response was YouTube's response was to suppress flat earthers' content and promote globe earth content. That's how they bypassed the knowledge of this. You know, they didn't have to win the argument. They just had to silence us enough so that we couldn't get the information out. And they're doing a pretty good job of it. Let's be honest.
I don't know. It seems like they're running scared now. I can't find Kozlowski or the main surveyor anywhere. You know.
Actually, his brother, Sly, is doing a Plumb test right now, live on Twitter. Well,
Twitter.
Live. Yeah. I've just posted it in the picture. Can you see there's a
Plumb test? What the hell does that even mean?
He's dangling... Yeah, he's dangling plumb bobs at the sky.
Okay.
Is that Sly Kozlowski?
Yeah. I mean, he's going to prove the globe one way or the other. I mean,
by pointing it up.
Yeah, I think he said something about aiming a plumb bob at Jupiter or Saturn or something.
Oh, right, okay. Because that's going to work, isn't it?
Yeah, John's helping him as well.
Yeah, that's going to really work. Well done. Oh, I don't know what
this
else.
This is the level of ballers that we have to deal with.
It's shocking, isn't it? It is shocking. I mean, to be fair, they had this in air of invincibility, let's say, I would say if you went back 4 years ago, maybe 5 years ago, they had this air of everything they had the proofs for, and they still do. They're still just as cocky, right? But we didn't have anywhere near the knowledge that we do back then as we do now, right? So it was pretty much a slam dunk from back then. But it's now so. I mean, they have to understand when we put out the information that we do, that there is no answer to it. It's like there's no coming back from it. It's simply a slam dunk for the flat Earth, and to just hold on to it, I mean, it's desperation, real desperation. They're clinging on by their fingertips here.
Zealotry.
Can I say that I don't think the trying to make a division between one and the other is right. I mean, when it comes down to it, it's just reality, isn't it? I mean, all of us, the ones, it doesn't matter what model do you think you live on. There's a reality that all of us live in, and it's just our understanding of that.
It is.
Yeah, there's never been that what they imagine as a globe model is literally just that. They're just hanging on to something that they were taught as a child.
Yeah, curvature doesn't exist. It's never been measured. There's no way to measure it. You can calculate it if you have a radius, but horizontal, leveling instruments measure changes in elevation. So.
Do you think?
And calculations are not measurements.
That's true.
Yeah, that's very true. DP's got a mean for that.
Yeah, but listen. That's the whole problem with this world that we coexist in, because for them, equations and calculations are measurements. So this goes back to the same thing that Bev battles whenever he goes into gems or whatever, when he's talking about level being horizontal. Okay, so all they have to do is pull out their manual that has been rewritten or scripted to say, look, the definition says this is what it is. But we have to realize, in my opinion, and this is why I asked my question, okay, when did the last scientist die? Like the last guy that knew that science proved things. And so then the next day they rewrote the book that said, science doesn't really prove things. When did that happen?
What about geometry?
Karl
Right?
Popper is the answer, Travis.
There are proofs in geometry.
Well, right, but then but see, then that's the semantical argument for them, because logic, right? Geometry is logic. Math is logic. So the part that they don't seem to be able to connect to is that logic then comes into argumentation, or because that becomes the right. So I guess that would
no. This is where
No?
Logic is logic, but in the time of Zeno and all of the paradoxes and all of this sort of, the way you can throw in confusion into logic and all of that. But that's where geometry differentiated itself from that sort of logic, into the point that geometry does have a proof. You can't throw a skeptical argument and confuse people with geometry. There is a definite answer, and that's how geometry was born, from logic, as the one that actually gave you proofs at the end of it.
Unless you're talking about non-Euclidean geometry.
Well, I don't know, you'd have to explain it a bit more than just saying what it's not.
Yeah, Storm and Norman over there says geometry is not science. He actually had to say that. He felt
That's
like
right.
he needed to type that.
Yeah, well done.
Yeah.
And I've changed the settings tonight, guys, for the audience members. So instead of having a 30-second delay, I think I've only got about a 5-second now, if that. So pretty much means that we can interact almost in live with the chat. So that should hopefully improve the flow of the discussions, especially if we get something interesting that pops up and someone's got an immediate response or immediate question for that. Because often
That's a great idea, Ranty, because if anybody's going to come in here and talk, they're going to be a keyboard warrior more than likely.
Well,
I just DM'd Maktoon Ranty.
Yeah.
So to show us, because he has a picture of the curved water.
Yes, he does. Luke says delay test. Okay. That was your delay test. Nice to see you and Julie Bennett as well. Right, listen, did you guys catch Globusters last night?
I saw the part where you were on there real quick.
Page says test. Sorry, go on.
Oh yeah, I saw I heard the part where you were on there, like you called in.
Okay. Well, let's pop it up. Let's have a look. Let's listen to it, because if you're ever going to go to the biggest trolls that I can think of, now the biggest trolls that I can possibly think of are the mainstream. That's my opinion, and we have to be so careful with dealing with these people. On the other side of the coin, on the flip side of the coin, I can also understand the need to branch out and try and reach a bigger audience. So, probably having to dance with the mainstream again is also, it's another, it's a chance you take, isn't it? So, but anyway, listen, look, I'm going to play the 5 minutes of interest, let's say. If you look at my screen in the show channel, I should be presenting Globusters right now. The channel, obviously Globusters, and the video is called Exposing the Desperation of the Heliocentric Advocates. So around about 44 minutes is where we're going to go to. And I'm going to pop myself on mute and let's have a listen to this. Tell me what you're thinking about 5 minutes.
Go ahead and mention, I'm not going to talk a whole lot about this, but I do want people to know, and I also want some comments about this. I was hoping that David was going to be here because they just got done talking to David this week as well. But what I want to talk about a little bit is I was contacted about a month ago by a television production company, and they make series for Netflix, for a lot of the networks. They have a huge customer base that they make all kinds of television shows for, and they are talking about they expressed to me, and also Wendell Walton and Dave Weiss and Mark Sargent are talking to all of us, and they're talking about the subject, the interest in this subject is absolutely exploding, and they want to document that. And obviously, all of our response initially was one of extreme skepticism, and I think we almost bit their head off a little bit, because of what happened with Behind the Curve. But I have to say that after talking with these guys, they seem to be quite serious about this, and there is a legitimate interest, I think, in wanting to cover this fairly, at least, so they're saying. And of course, like you said, Jaron, we heard that story from Daniel and what's her name, Caroline Clark, right?
Right.
So obviously we're definitely being very cautious about this, but it is now at the point now that they have pretty much got the backing and the funding and the support and everything they need to actually go forward with this television series, right? It's actually going to be a series of shows, and I'm not exactly sure what the format is going to be, if it's going to be reality type or how it's going to work exactly. That's something that we're going to be discussing next week, actually. And maybe David already got there with them, but one of the big concerns that I had, is like, well, what happened with behind the curve and how we were misrepresented, and how they had Jaron on camera saying interesting and left it at a point where it looked like he had just proven the curvature of the Earth, which was absurd. And of course, I told him that I get trolled daily about the 15 degrees per hour constantly. I hear that all the time, even though they were fully aware of the rest of the story. And they said, well, in this particular thing, you would have partial creative control on it. And obviously, if this is going to be a series type of thing, if we're not representing you guys in the way that you are wanting this to go, then we realize that, you're going to wind up walking. And then we're going to be standing there, with a bag in our hand, which of course makes a lot of sense, right? So the more I look at it, the more I really am understanding that these guys are serious about it. I think that they really do want to give a fair shake. And I got to tell you guys, these people are not stupid. They are fully aware of what's going on. They're fully aware of the pedophilia. They're fully aware of,
Okay, so I just thought I'd stop it there. I've only gone 3.5 minutes into it. So basically that's the script, guys. What's your immediate feeling to that?
Whoa.
I think any exposure is good exposure. We know what's up. They think they live on a ball. It really doesn't matter. Either way, it's good exposure, in my opinion.
We're winning.
Opinion would be how many times do you have to get run over by the same bus before you stop playing on the road?
Twice.
Yeah, maybe twice.
Yeah, I did sound a word of caution myself, because I'm like, well, you remember what happened with the 15-degree drift?
Yeah, the mantra, 15 degrees, 15. The controls love that.
They do love it.
No, it's thanks, Bob. Thanks, Bob.
It's an annoying. It's annoying though, because Bob actually addressed that in another experiment. They actually put something together and they were able to disprove. Well, to figure it all out, and they still ran with that. They still ran with that caption, and the Globers have hooked onto this, and they troll him relentlessly for that. But yeah, they would only have found out.
It's incredibly naive that Bob would just swallow their lies. Well, what I believe to be lies a second time. I've had this happen to me once before, and 15 years ago in another business. They turn up on your door. They tell you they're going to do one thing. They tell you that they won't misrepresent you. They take the interview. They cut it. They edit it. If Bob, where Bob says, "Oh, they've got the funding and they've secured this," the people who supply funding, why on earth do any of us in this room think that they would give any positive exposure to flat Earth? These people are the people who are hiding everything, and they've proven it.
Unless they're flat earthers.
Yeah, but the argument is the argument is not the same as what it was when they made that other movie, man. And Bob.
No, we've come leaps and bounds since then.
Bob just moved
up. I hope I'm wrong.
Yeah, Bob just moved up the road from me in South Carolina. So guess where I'm going to be? If they're on TV, I'm going to be up there. We're going to be talking about geometry. We're going to be talking about surveying. We're going to be talking about this whole new phase that we're in now. It's going to be great.
I hope I'm wrong. That's all I'm going to say.
Is horizontal a straight line?
It is.
I know it is, but these are the questions.
Oh yeah. I'm excited. I'm in Savannah. They're in South Carolina, man. I can cruise right up there.
Speaking of which, Clear, are you going to go to Flattoberfest?
I need to. But
Yeah.
I'm too broke.
Oh, come on, man.
When is that? This weekend?
No, it's a month away, month and a week maybe, month and a week.
Maybe I could get up there. Yeah, I should do that. I'll try. October rules. Yeah. Oh yeah, Flattober, October. I should have known that. Sorry. Duh. Yeah, it's still September.
So I think the chat's pretty divided. I think it's a bit like us, really. I mean, we're somebody said how many times you want to play in the road before you don't, before you won't do it again. It's like how many times do you want to get burnt before you realise it hurts to get burnt. And the mainstream, they're just the biggest trolls by a mile. I mean, I wouldn't trust them with anything, to be honest. I wouldn't do it, but. Then again, it all depends on how much control they have over the final cut. I think Bob goes on to saying that they have got some editorial rights to go with it. So we'll see.
Yeah, but see, that depends on how large that sum is. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
How big is that? What is that? I'd be like, no, we want like 51% control. If not, then forget it.
Mm-hmm.
This is Netflix, guys. Netflix is a left-wing propaganda CIA machine that pumps child pedophilia and anti-vaccination and vaccinating. And what on earth makes anyone think they're on flat Earth side? That's this incredible naivety. But maybe I'm just too old and grumpy.
Evangelist, you don't think that there's a faction of the controllers out there who want to reveal all of this new technology, LiDAR, geospatial technology, 5G, Internet of Things, complete tracking, security? There's a big field of technology out there that is being pinned down with this globe lie. It's a reality now.
I don't think, but Cleary, I don't think enough people have made that connection.
Yeah.
Anything that's actually on our side will end up on the cutting room floor, just like the last time. There'll be. Don't get me wrong. There'll be genuine things that will be filmed and shot and in the mix there somewhere. But at the end of the day, the thing that gets to the viewer's eyes is what the final editors allow to get through, and that's where I get skeptical.
Well, that would be where you would come in and say, okay, if we don't have 51% control of the editorial aspect, we get to film everything on our side. You guys can run what you want after you interview us, and we'll give you a month. But then after that, we're putting out everything that we've shot.
I think it's going to be a series. Did he say it was like a 10-part series or something? That'll be interesting.
Yeah. Do you think SpaceX was so sloppy to make me a flat earther on accident? I mean, when I saw that Tesla launched into space, I was like, oh my God. That was my moment right there where I said, oh shit, they lied about everything. That was SpaceX. They're pumping that crap out, and people are looking at it. Some people are going, damn, that's fake. They're doing that on purpose. I mean, I guess some people look at it and think it's real, but I don't know how they could possibly look at that and think it's real.
If it's going to be a reality TV series, guys, honestly, like every reality TV series, how much reality do you think is in it? I mean, that's the big joke, whether it's
zero.
The Bachelor or... Zero! Thank you, Travis. Zero!
I was heartbroken when I found out the pawn shop guys there were scripted.
Yeah, me too. A little part of me died when I found some of these reality TV shows that I loved were actually just all a crock.
You mean one guy with 20 women? That's not reality on a Bachelor show? Okay.
Dr. John D says, he says, tell them that we make the documentary and then they publish it. Then see what they say. Not a chance. So
yeah, the funding will disappear.
Yeah. As much as I would like to say that it's going to be a good thing, I just think they're just going to mock the shit out of us.
I mean, aren't we all skeptics, right? I mean, it's hard for us to have a optimistic viewpoint, I guess, about it. But I don't know. I do. I don't know why.
No, there's no way mainstream TV is gonna show something favorable in our favor. That
would be.
Yeah, that's tough though, because it is getting bigger. We're definitely not where we were 4 years ago.
You'd have to have like you'd have to have like 5 catchphrases that are the answers that you give to any question. Any question they ask, it's always level is horizontal. That's all you ever say. You just say these 5 things over and over again. So tell me about this, blah blah blah. Level is horizontal.
We see too far.
Yep.
Every time we've interacted, the community or Bob or whoever, with the mainstream, whether it's Behind the Curve or that banana that went to the Flat Earth conference and then took the piss out of everybody, or Robbie going on local news, as an article of interest, every time they just mock and make fun, or they'll put some sarcastic slur in the closing comments. I just can't believe suddenly out of nowhere we're going to get taken seriously by the rest of the world. I don't know. Like I said, maybe I'm just old and grumpy, but I hope I'm wrong.
Mark Taylor says, what do you mean you're not where you were 4 years ago? You're exactly where you were on YouTube. I don't think he gets the point, does he? Or is he just trying to troll?
Yeah, has he ever been in the chat to do, have a discussion, or is he always in the chat?
Oh, he's been in. He has been. He used to go on channels before. He used to go on Isa Mahalski's. I've spoken to him before. He used to go on Nathan's at the very start till he got his ass handed to him.
He's been over to Emma, and we had a chat about his moon astral photography that he's supposedly done. That was interesting. I don't think he was telling the truth, to be honest.
No, I don't. No, he's a chancer, isn't he? Yeah.
He's big on the keyboard typing in the chat, like WS there you've got in the chat. They're happy to sit typing in the text, but they don't seem able to come and back any of these words up.
Okay.
I mean, I know personally I'm not nowhere near in the same position as I was 2 years ago. I've learnt loads. Not one little bit of that has come from these globe earthers, believers.
Paul Keeling says that he remembers The Guardian did a fair balanced short mini piece on Flat Earth. I remember that too, actually. It was fairly balanced. I'll give them that. But who's to say that that isn't just part of their master plan to make Flat Earthers lower the guard a little, That could be just all part of the agenda, where you've got some that are, being nice to Flat Earthers only to set them up for a big fall,
Or we can catch some mistakes like the National Geographic with the 3-color thing in the distance. Talking about the horizon. Meanwhile, the horizon is behind that poster. You guys must have seen that one.
Oh yeah, for sure. And then I think it was the same. No, wasn't it the Stephen Hawking one? Where they did the laser test and the helicopter. And I don't know if you guys saw Ebon Kim did a breakdown with the helicopter where they had a duplication of the birds that flew across the screen. So he did a breakdown of that, and he showed that when the helicopter was in the frame, you had these birds fly across the screen, and then the helicopter was gone, and those same birds flew across in the same formation, same exact rate as well.
Yeah, I saw that, Travis.
Are you suggesting that they doctored the film?
Absolutely.
Of course they did. Of course they did. I've seen that too, and it is, when Flat Earthers investigate stuff, so they didn't think that was going to slip by, did they? Obviously they may have thought that it could just slip by for the main, for just people that are watching it, but we're eagle-eyed, we see those stuff. Yeah.
I hope the Globebusters guys haven't been offered a wheelbarrow of cash to do this, legitimately, but they've kind of been blinded by the fact that there's going to be some dollars involved in it, and so you just want to see a positive outcome, and you don't see the potential risk, if you know what I mean, because you've got something to gain at the end of it, and then there's a big, oh my God, what happened once it all hits the airwaves?
Well, he said that it was, I think it was Jaren and Globebusters. Did he say David Weiss? And I think he said Mark Sargent as well. So, was money offered? Probably. I mean, if they're going to do if they're talking about doing a series, you wouldn't do it for free, would you? Let's be honest. If they came to you and they asked you to do a series to appear on telly to make them profits, but they wanted you to be the star of it, would you say, I want to do it for free? Because the truth should be free.
No, you wouldn't. You wouldn't. And then if they dog you at the end and they don't hold up to what they promised they were going to do or whatever, what are you going to do? You're going to sue them? You think you've got deep enough pockets to sue Netflix?
No.
And even if you win, they've made you look stupid to 5 million people anyway.
But to the flat earthers, we are geniuses, because you know what?
Yeah.
If we look dumb to a glober, I could care less.
Yeah.
But
hey,
the
man,
flat
you're already in that position.
The flat earthers are smartest people I know now, because I've got a picture here on my. I've just been having a conversation with my coworker. And this is all I got to show you. So where's this Google Earth picture? Okay. Which line is horizontal? They don't know.
Is that your work colleagues, did you say? And they're Globers. Typical.
Well,
Oh yeah, he's hardcore Glober. I'm working on him right now.
have you
Tell
seen
him-
what
tell him, does he
Slice
fit-
Arcane's done?
Tell him, does he feel the earth spin? Does he feel like he's travelling at 1,000 miles an hour right now, whilst also chasing the sun? Well, so go on then. What's so? Have you sent a link to this Slice Arcane? Let me have a look.
John. This is the.
Is
they're
this
on
general
Twitter,
chat? Oh, they're on Twitter. Right. Okay.
and I'm taking screenshots from Twitter, and they're that you can see the dangling plumb bobs from windows.
Right. What's he called? Slice Arcane on Twitter.
Yes.
Right. Let's have a look. Right. Let me let me share my screen with you guys. Right. Okay. So yeah. So I'm sharing. So he's got quite a lot of followers actually. He's got 686 followers. That's not bad. So right. Okay. So what, do you want to tell us what's going on in this image?
I haven't got a clue. He's got this thing, and he's been trying to get because initially he has the bending water level test, right? You've heard about that, and we've established a water level test. So as soon as the conversation came, right, Sly, let's have a discussion about our water level tests. Obviously, they go, let's dangle plumb bobs. So that's what he's doing now instead of doing his water level test. This is to prove that plumb lines aren't parallel.
Okay. I still don't get it.
Yeah, you just I don't. I've asked him to do this test and sort of present it, and then we can see, exactly what they're doing. That's all he ends up doing is he sends you loads of sort of pictures like this.
Okay. Yeah, Bob's in the chat, and yeah, I've changed the latency of the stream so it streams, within probably 5 seconds. So I can keep up with the chat immediately. So yeah, I've changed the settings a little bit. So there we go. Anyway, right. What's this? I just don't know what the. Maybe there's. Maybe he's put something on his channel that might explain this, because to me I just don't understand it. I just don't get it. What?
I don't understand what it is either. And exactly what it's meant to.
So what's it showing? I mean, it's showing that the star. I don't know. Is it moving? Or just bright? I don't know. What's it doing?
I'm guessing it would move, right? And
what is he looking at? I just don't know what he's looking at.
I think what he's doing is he requires a partner. So he's got John, who's the guy that phoned up the company that I bought my auto level from, just to check that they didn't say that the Earth was flat when they said that level was horizontal. Okay. So he's in the UK doing a similar test, and they are taking pictures of their plumb bobs and then saying, look, they're obviously not parallel, but they're both obviously vertical. So
right, listen, Howard Moore's in the chat. He says that I don't understand, so you'll laugh. Well, how about you tell us what this is supposed to represent, because quite honestly I just don't get it. I don't get what he's trying to show there. Anyway, but yeah, maybe somebody. Well, he's got a video here. Let's see what he's put on that, shall we?
Flats refused. Up is there's the sign that I put down. That's the 58-minute mark. That Flats refused to give us a number, but we needed a number to kind of have a ransom note to mark that this was current footage. There's Jupiter up there. This is my plumb line hanging from a stick, and I actually mounted a tripod to my window. And yeah, and let me go ahead and move the plumb bob. Y'all might recognize that bearing, but moves just fine. Okay, so up is there's the sign that I put.
Yeah, well, what's he trying to show? Does anybody know? Can anybody? Right, let's see if this guy's responding.
I think they're trying to show different people on different latitudes, different angle. Is that what they're trying to show?
I don't know. What are they trying to show? Gleam, help us out, mate.
I think it would be that. It's the diverging plumb bobs. So
plumb lines aren't parallel, is what he's meant to
which
be
is tosh.
At. Yeah,
which is tosh, because they're always parallel, and he's just using mass in between two places that you can't see both at the same time.
Huh.
So it's just trying to get one of them leaning slightly to the left, one of them leaning slightly to the right, but the only way you're going to get it is with mass.
Well, if you check with John that's following him as well, he was just a little bit down the page. He's the guy from the UK that's been doing similar from the UK, so maybe the comparison between the two might be helped, because he's just dangling a plumb bob outside of his window, isn't he, and taking pictures of it.
Yeah, and obviously the camera's in a slightly different position too. You can tell that by the bush just here, that he's off center with that. So it's not that the line has moved, but I just don't understand what he's trying to say. But I'm sure.
Just pretend it's Blue Peter of the Globe Earth world. They've just made some stuff and just showing you.
Yeah, but in the geometry part of this, the plumb lines not being parallel allows them for a curve in the horizontal, right? It allows them to have bendizontal. So what he's doing here is it's a geometrical argument that is going to allow him to imagine a curvature to the surface that he thinks he lives on.
And if he's measuring angles to Jupiter, then he's swapping perspective drop with Earth curve. And that's all it is. Sly trick of the hand.
He's tracking it. He's tracking it using a plumb, because obviously it's moving in relation to the bushes behind. Can you see this bush here? And if we go back, you'll see that he's now over the edge of the bush. Go back to the one there, he's on this side of the bush, and there he's over here. So basically he's tracking, I see what he's doing. So he's tracking, by moving this, he's following, or at least trying to follow. Is it Mars or something? Or Venus? I don't know what he's trying to follow, but he's
Jupiter and Saturn then too, possibly.
Possibly.
I'm sure he said Jupiter.
Yeah, that looks like Jupiter.
Well, so that's what he's doing. So he's tracking it using the Plumb bob.
Sorry, Saturn. That's Saturn. On the left is Jupiter, probably.
So what's this proving? Is he trying to say that the Earth is turning?
No,
as it's moving, the angle is changing? Is that what he's trying to show? I don't know.
Gleam just explained it, apparently.
Yeah, it's similar to that, and that's exactly it. That's how I'd see it, and it would be the drop in position that the UK would see it versus the US.
So somebody else is doing a comparison of this. Somebody else is also doing it in the UK.
Yeah, John Rawlinson. If you
look
through his Twitter, you might see a reply to one of his tweets that will involve
a John Rawlinson. Oh, here we go.
It's a large-scale version of what it's kind of like triangulating the ISS or IIS, no, whatever they're called nowadays.
Okay, but I'm not seeing any. I'm not seeing any post from him.
Yeah, there we go. John Rawlinson. All those three there are replies to.
Go to tweets and replies rather than just tweets, Ranty.
Where's
see that top bit there?
In the menu tabs underneath his name, and then not followed by anyone you're following.
Oh right, okay. Tweets and replies. Yeah, okay.
They'll be the latest ones.
Yeah, okay.
So that top photo was him. Yeah.
So replying to Sly, my setup for the UK shot, right? Okay. Okay, but we've got no information yet. We've not got not got anything yet. We'll see. Oh, at least they're doing something. That's positive, I suppose. But I just don't know what it's going to prove. Does anybody know that if whatever they're trying to prove is going to prove that we live on a globe?
No, it's just after the geometrical argument, Ranty. These Slice Barkane's running from his bending water level test and running from discussing it.
Oh, so he's not doing it anymore?
Well, I would... How can he now? He can't even face a conversation about it. So, I mean, how we would ever get away with actually doing it? We did a test the other week where we checked the horizontal of a 100-meter water level. Mm-hmm. And all of the ballers and the globe Earth believers and all of them said you'll not prove anything with a 100-meter water level. It's too small. There's no curvature. It's negligible. But then when we remind them that Slice Barkane has just got 16 of those water levels end to end, and nobody's decided to bother telling him that he won't be able to measure a curvature. They completely believe that if you put 16 of them together, you'll eventually add up to 8 inches at the other end.
Mm-hmm.
But so he can't face that conversation. So he's trying to prove, I guess he's trying to help Jeff Cleary's mate. Because he's the surveyor, jokingly, He's the guy that's supposedly proved that plumb lines aren't parallel. So he's just backing him up a bit here, Jeff. Slice Barcane. He's taking the heat off the water level and taking it back into
the stars
lines.
Right. Okay. Problem is, Ares failure. I do believe Bob was talking about them perhaps recreating that at some point. I would like to see that recreated, actually, because I think that's probably one of the best ways that you can prove which is actually moving. But I mean, the results are already in. We already know what the results are going to be. That it's not, the spin of the Earth. The Earth is not spinning.
There you go. Tewardi in the general chat there is linked Slice Barcane's test where he says that this means that plumb lines are not, he's capitalized the not parallel, and showed you the picture that proves that Slice Barcane's just proved that Euclidean geometry is a joke. He's disproved perpendiculars. And Tewardi thinks that Sly's actually done that,
Right, we got Where's Wally in the chat, so we've got one of the little troll bitches that are in there.
The wolf pack. Oh.
Let's invite one of these wolf rats in. Let's invite one of these wolf rats in. Here we go. Right, so this is for Where's Wally. There's a link to join right now. Do you want to pop in, mate, and have a chat? There you go. And he's definitely there because he's just responded to the snark. So we know he's around. There should be no excuse for him not coming in. We don't bite. I mean, you can't imagine a wolf running from a fight, could you? It's not what wolves do, is it?
There's only one of them. He needs a pack. Come on.
Especially the alpha. The alpha,
He knows there's a lion in here. That's what it is. I think I should drop.
Oh, there he goes. He says no. Oh, he just wants to sit around his own little channel making little videos where he feels safe doing his stupid upside down, imagery with his little hat on, saying, "Hello, I'm Where's Wally, and I live in Australia, and I'm a wanker."
Tie one of Gleam's hands down and one of Gleam's legs to the pole, so he won't be mobile.
He's classic.
Oh, he doesn't want to come in. Oh. Bless his little socks. Mind you, we'd probably give the guy a heart attack if he came in. So tell us, Gleam, have you spoke to this Wally fella before?
Yeah, it was on one of Simon Dan's recent ones.
Right.
I'm trying to think of what it was, but he made a fundamental error. Absolutely stupid error. Oh, that was it. What he'd done is he'd showed there was something to do with circumnavigation of the flat Earth, and he said this one completely disproves the flat Earth. It was and obviously going over Antarctica and this, that, and the other. But when I just downloaded the actual flight path from their own website, and they put it on a normal Mercator map, and it turned out it was just, if anyone's actually seen the flight path of the ISS over a flat Earth, it's just a circle, like what the equator would be, something like that, but off to the center, off to the left or something, and that's all it was. So it could work on a flat Earth. And I showed him it, and he was just so embarrassed that Wolfie had to come in, try rescue it. Wolfie got slewed. They're funny, put it that way. They're nothing more than a laugh.
Mm-hmm. I need to make an apology to Where's Wally. Actually, it was Critical Think that I'm thinking of. He's the dude that does his videos upside down. Where's Wally? Same sort of shit, you know. Just got a different name, you know. It's the same sort of trolley thing that they do. So, you know.
He done the Lego experiment upside down, if you can remember that. I remember that. I remember a lot of these, about all of these little claims that they all make that are absolute nonsense. It's funny. And they think they've got it, and that was it. It was like, yeah, I've debunked it. Here is around the world. It's like, you didn't even bother to put it in Photoshop. I can actually show you the ISS, what the ISS looks like, if you want to look at my screen.
So how are we going to get, let's see, Simon Dan in here? How are we going to get him in here?
I don't think you are, because he's just got a new room off of his, off of all this. He's just
a new
managed
house.
to pay. Yeah, you'll have to go to his gates, unfortunately. Yeah, he's completely done up his room, isn't he? He's no longer in that corner anymore. He's got a whole sort of like box room that he's converted into a studio.
Is it that, or has he moved house?
I don't know, but he's upgraded from a little corner of a closet to a full desk. He looks like he's like his FBI guy, his actor guy.
Okay.
And you know what's really funny? We're all talking about reality in here, and Fight the Flat Earth is having a game of Dungeons and Dragons with Conspiracy Cats and PhD Tony. Oh, those intellectuals! We can't get involved with those Dungeons and Dragons and warlocks and witches.
So why do you think Simon Dan wouldn't want to come and debate us flat earthers?
He doesn't go anywhere.
But
Simon
why?
Dan is because he's too comfortable in his own. Put it this way: if he gets ruined, yeah, that's going to cast out and jeopardize his income.
Mm-hmm. What do you mean if he's going to get ruined?
Yeah, well, that's the point. That's the point. If he steps out of his comfort zone, why go out anywhere when people are coming to you? I mean, I'd say the same thing about Nathan. Why go out anywhere when you've already built up a scene and you've already got a channel with massive loads of numbers on it?
Mm.
But
yeah, but then again, that doesn't advance the argument, does it? Because you've just got people making videos against other people. You've not actually got them testing themselves, and actually having that toes to the fire moment. You know, where you have to answer the difficult questions. There's no running from it. There's no hiding place when you're in a live debate.
Yeah, a lot of people can't handle that because a lot of people can't admit they're wrong.
Mm-hmm. Well,
it's human.
The Globers are wrong, you know, and we were saying at the start of the show, you know, I mean, the advancement that Flat Earth has made in the past 4 or 5 years has been huge, you know. I mean, and this is, you know, the best they've got is to, you know, for YouTube to bury the topic, you know, at least from the people that are actually putting the content out for pro-Flat Earth stuff. You know, if you're an anti-Flat Earther, wow, you get promoted very well. It's a lucrative business, you know, to be anti-Flat Earth. But listen, they don't have to win an argument, the elites. You know, they don't have to have that debate. If they censor us, you know, they just put us at the bottom of the pile so that nobody can find us. They bury the information, and then they just expose everybody else to a tremendous amount of globe propaganda. It's dead simple. You know,
I think there's a massive correlation with two statements. One would be Flat Earth is just a fad, it will die next year. And the other one being, yeah, we're going to go to space next year. They sort of like, for the past 5 years for me, they've run concurrently.
Yeah, we're going to the moon. We're going to the moon. Yeah, in 2010. Yeah, we're going to the moon in 2014. Yeah, we're going to the moon in 2020. Yeah. We're going to the moon in 2024.
But the funniest thing is you've got new people on the scene that are using that argument as if it hasn't been used before, and it's like, yeah, but they've said in the news that we're going in 2021. Yeah, they said that in 2004, 2005, 2006.
Ain't gonna happen.
And you'd think that they'd catch on that it's called kicking the can. Why would they keep kicking the can down the road?
because they lost
Since 1972.
They lost the technology to go.
And it's painful to rebuild it. Come on, guys.
Painful process, yeah. It hurts your fingers. Oh, those finger cuts, those paper cuts. Oh, they're killers. Listen, on, everyone has got to have had one.
I reckon, Gleam, you and me, I reckon, mate, if you and I got together, if we had a year, let's say, and a few million budget, we could definitely put together and build one of those tweaker huts that landed on the moon.
Straight.
Yeah,
I could do it from odds and sods.
Yeah, well, I've got some sellotape. I've got some sellotape downstairs. I've got some toilet roll that I can use in the bathroom. Just have to take off the actual roll, and just leave the cardboard underneath. I've got some tin foil somewhere, I'm sure, and if not, I'll be able to get some from the nearest shop. Yeah, I mean,
$500,000.
Good to go.
We could get higher than them.
But do you have vintage curtain rods, Ranty?
No, but I reckon I could pick some up on eBay for sure, definitely, and an old satellite dish. That's all I need, just to stick it on the top, and make it, finish it off with an old satellite dish on top. Yeah, the one that took the call from the president from his landline.
And we'll do the buggy like one of those old go-karts with the old push pedal things, where you have to push left, right, left, right, left, right.
And
we're there.
Yeah, we're halfway there at least, for sure. We didn't get to see really what was inside of it. We just got the outside pictures, haven't we? So never really got to see what it was like inside.
Hey, Randy.
We can't be called Flasher though.
That's true. Yes, yes, Aaron.
I think you need to raise your sights a bit, Ranty, because apparently they paid $80 million to develop the remote control drone that was going to take some photos on Mars when it got there. So that's $80 million for a little RC drone. So a few million for a tweaker hut. You need to just raise your sights a bit, mate.
Oh, well, I've got a $5. Del West Watson has given me a $5. Thank you very much. He says, set up a GoFundMe. Hey, listen, I set up a GoFundMe, I think, was it 23 million to send a flat earther to space? Do you know something? The Globe has had the cheek not to even donate a single pound. Do you know that? All this talk about, you want to go and jump on one of those flights, and that you can pay to go and see the Earth from space. And I'm like, okay, then how much is it? So I looked into it, and it's like 23 million or something like that. So I was like, okay, I'll do a GoFundMe then. Yeah, that was over a year ago. Not a single penny. Nothing. All talk, these Globers. But cheers, Del. Cheers for the super chat. Much appreciated, mate. Really need it, and thank you.
You know what's super interesting about that Virgin Galactic is that Branson actually sold all the seats on there, and because of the delay with the crash and the people dying, some people got their money back, but he sat on millions, or if not a billion, of people's prepaid tickets ready to go up. What a business plan. I think Virgin Galactic is worth 5.4 billion.
Wow.
And they have not been higher than 90,000 feet. These air balloons that we see, Piggy and all them lot, they're higher than what Virgin Galactic have ever been, and they're worth 5.4 billion. What a scam. That's all I've got to say. What a scam.
Rob's trying to bait the Globers in now with another super chat. He says, come on, ballers. Come on, baller cowards, join the panel. Indeed. Tell us about this tweaker hut. Tell us how this tweaker hut landed on the moon. We're desperate for that information. Look, the Globers also, I seen them in my Discord talking a couple of days ago about moon dust, right? They were arguing about whether or not moon dust was actually a thing. They were trying to, from what I could gather at least, they were trying to argue that it wasn't a thing. But it's quite clear when you watch the footage of them hopping and skipping around the lunar lander, right, that they're actually sinking at least an inch or so into this soft, dusty landscape, let's say, or, underneath sandy sort of thing. It's not even sandy, it's like powder. It's weird. Now, it's funny how that lasted, on the moon, when you consider the how the lander had to actually land itself, with those thrusters. How come the dust stayed around the landing site and none of it went onto the gold feet of the lunar lander?
Not a single grain.
Not a single grain. You're absolutely spot on. Not a single grain. Wonder why that is.
Could it be because it was placed there by a crane on a studio set, Ranty?
It's quite possible.
There was a female there, but because of sexism back in the day, they couldn't tell anyone, and she quickly cleaned up everything. She was behind the camera.
It's 1/6 gravity. That's dust. It's so light it never came back down.
Now we see it come back down on the tires, on the back of the tires.
Oh well, yeah, that part, yeah, but not the lander. Not the lander, though.
Yeah, no, stay away from the lander. I always thought it was because they were shiny, and electrostatics or something, and then it repelled the dust because the moon dust is negative.
Oh, where's Wally? Where's Wally? Doesn't want to come in, but he's trying to shove Professor Phil Bell in instead.
I've been there, done that, worn that t-shirt.
Would you be happy to talk to Ranty? He says, where's Wally? Listen, Professor Phil Bell's been in lots of times. Where's Wally? There's no need to run, mate. Don't be trying to send somebody else in because you can't do it. You're a Wolfpack member, mate. Come on. You're a wolf and you're trying to send a lone wolf in? Come on.
Go ask her to go out on a date with me. You go ask her, and then I'll go out on the date.
Yeah, that's about right. That's about right. Oh, let's see whether this. I'm gonna have a quick look now and see whether this John Rawlinson has updated anything. No, he hasn't yet. He hasn't put anything up as yet, so we don't know what he's going to show. That's on his Twitter. But the moon landings. How the Globers don't look at them and know that that thing didn't make it to the moon. It didn't even look waterproof. Let's be honest. Let alone it didn't. Did it?
Not even windproof, Ranty. Come on.
Not even blowproof, mate. Come on.
But you have to understand that's just the outer layer. I've heard their other arguments. They claim, comically, of course, that's just the outer layer. Underneath that is where the metal shell is.
Yeah, but why? Right, here's my argument, right? You go into the moon for the first time ever. It's going to be the most historic moment in world history, right? And these images are going to last forever, right? And you've spent so much money to go there already. It's like, imagine you are the top student in your class and you go into the prom, and you go into the prom with the Prince of England, right? And you're just going to turn up in an old sack, yeah? You're going to wear an old potato sack as a dress.
Your worst attire.
Yep. And you're gonna wear, what else are you gonna wear? Let's say, what else are you going to wear? You're going to wear some clogs. So you're going to wear some clogs. You're going to wear an old sack. I don't know. What else would you wear? Something else. But yeah, that's the analogy that we're trying to use here. Is that
an old straw hat with holes in it?
Yeah,
an old straw hat with holes in it. Yeah, that would do. But,
and then when you get home, you find out that the kids have taped Happy Days all over the recordings that you made.
Happy Days, wow.
Yeah, as in the old Sunday,
Happy
Monday,
Days, the
Happy
old,
Days.
sitcom.
Yeah.
Hey.
Sunday, Monday, Happy Days.
In as much they lost the tapes because the kids taped over them.
Yeah.
Yeah, but they didn't even listen. They didn't even line up the duct tape properly. They didn't even line up anything properly. It was all off-centered. Let me find some images.
They kidnapped anyone.
Who?
Besides the jokes, it's almost as if they did that on purpose so we can see that, because not even a kid could could do such a bad job of taping something.
Listen,
No.
and it's got to be real. It looks too fake to be real. Not to
Yeah,
Right.
yeah. No, I don't think it's that. I think it's more. We'll get away with this because TV was so low quality. It's only now when we're going back and analysing it, knowing what we know now about video. Obviously, every kid nowadays knows how to stream and knows what video quality is. And I
Good
mean,
point, Gleam, because back then they broadcasted on a screen and the TV studio had to record it from that screen. So yeah, they probably said, who cares? They won't see it.
Yeah, one thing that I was watching today was an old Jimmy White and Alex Higgins playing snooker. And if you look at some of the YouTube videos, the actual video quality, even in the 80s, was crap. And I remember having to still do the old dial on the TV instead of bloody buttons or anything like that. And sometimes you detuned it a little bit, or it got naturally detuned. So, I mean, if you were to naturally, but if you were to look at the original moon landing video, to me it looks as if it's in layers anyway. Because where he steps down or something, it looks as if the background is a backdrop. And there's something in the foreground, either a filter or something that they put in the foreground to make it look dirtier, let's say.
Oh yeah, there's whole videos on, they show how you can distinguish the background. Like you see where the actual set is, and then you'll see the line running right across. Very easy to distinguish.
Well, I mean, if we're talking about the feasibility of this all, think about the three of them in that press conference. I don't that part to me just absolutely blows my mind. I'd be like, okay, cut. Okay, guys, you look like your mom just died. Okay, how can you be slouching there, Buzz? Buzz, you're slouching. And Armstrong, you look like you just heard that your mom died. That part to me makes absolutely, there's no way I would have aired that. No way. Even if it was real, if these guys looked that way, that's gotta be the second biggest joke ever. Like, who in their right mind would have put that out?
Okay, right.
It's incredulous.
So I've just typed in lunar lander, and I've gone to images, and I'm looking for some kind of like original imagery. Obviously, that's what you're going to search for. You know, you'd expect to see the lunar lander. I mean, that's what you're typing in, and it does appear that they are displaying some form of lunar landers, but they're reluctant to show the original ones, aren't they? You know, they don't really want to show those original pictures, do they?
If you do this little tip, I'll show you. If you go back up to search.
Yeah, I will. I'm just typing this in first. I'm just going to show you down here first. This is what you find when you search for lunar lander. I think you can modify it for like Apollo 11, but yeah. But I mean, obviously, this is just a basic search. But this is obviously to capture the imaginations of the young kids, that don't know necessarily that Apollo 11 is what you should also be putting in. Go on, which one would it be then?
I think it's important at this stage to point out that all of this is purely speculative, because here at Ranty Flat Earth Channel we fully endorse the mainstream narrative of landing on the moon 50 years ago.
Absolutely, yes. We are absolutely 100% committed to following the mainstream narrative, and of course that lunar lander made it all the way through the deathly regions of space, and took our astronauts all the way back home to Earth. Right, let's look at, is it Apollo 11, would you say, Gleam, or do you want the moon?
No, if you go to your search bar where you've just put in moon lunar lander or something,
okay,
if you do space after that and then type in site, SITE, and then colon.
Oh, hang on. Colon.
So site,
yeah.
colon, and then nasa.gov, and then hit enter. What that does is it will only bring you images back from NASA's site.
Okay.
So, all of these should be on NASA's own website. So that very first one is going to be the very first one, isn't it?
Ah, right. Okay. So yeah, let me save that image. Hang on, I don't know if I save that one or if I'll get another one up. Yeah, I suppose that one will do. Let's bring that over here. Save as. Why is it not giving me the option to save it?
It's because it's Google. You have to click into it.
Oh, right, no,
Click
it's right.
into
It's
it.
fine.
They've changed it now. They've
Yeah, I've
changed
got it.
it where you.
I've had to change it to downloads, that's alright. Why is it? Right, okay, so. Yeah, so I have to actually click the image, right? Okay, it's fine. Why is it not giving me
Yeah, no, Google's done that to protect people from just robbing loads of images. You have to go and visit the site.
That's a bit crap.
SEO.
Huh.
So yeah, little tiny one in the corner.
Yeah.
We'll shove it in the corner. But you should be able to click on it, yeah.
There we go. Yeah, here we go. So this is for everyone to see right here. This is ridiculous. Oh dear me. Right, okay, right, does anybody know what that is there? Hang on. Does anybody know what that is? On the panel?
Over this top bit are antennas. This side bit is the bit that you bang on, you know, when Bruce Willis is climbing through the heating and ventilation. That's what you bang on the side bit. That's how you escape. That's the escape pod.
It's duct tape. It's duct taped down. I mean, I'm not even joking, right, guys? How much did they pay to go to this to go to the moon? Again, could someone remind me? Look at the duct tape here, man.
But it's warm in there because of the tinfoil. Tinfoil is obviously a conductor, so it keeps it warm.
But here was my point, right? If you're going to go to the moon, right, and you're going to spend all that money getting there, and you want it to look nice on the outside because it's going to be like a historic moment, you don't want to turn up in your prom dress and it being a sack of potatoes. You want it to be the best prom dress ever, right? It's like Ferrari don't put a car on the racetrack, you know, that looks ugly. They put a car that looks amazing, right? Now, why haven't they centered this panel? You know, just to put it, you know, they've got a smaller panel on the right and a larger panel on the left. Why didn't they just center it? You know, I mean, and they've got two holes there. Well, one hole there to hold the panel in, and then they've got two there right next to each other, but then a big gap. Why did it need to be holding? I just don't get it. Does anybody look at this and think this went through space?
Because you're a flat earther, Ranty.
Now do me a favour though, Ranty.
You don't understand tweaker shelter building.
Do me a favour, in the next tab, load up something called an F-14 Tomcat.
Okay, I will do in a minute. Oh yeah,
Oh
'cause you
man,
wanna...
I know where this is going.
The only reason why I say is, now look at the build on that, because that was built in the same year.
Right, okay, yeah, I know this is, yeah, I know where this is going, yeah, yeah. Sleek.
Engineering.
Where's the tape on this? I mean, of course, you need the tape for it to survive. All that Van Allen belt.
Yeah, so this, you know, marvel of engineering, you know, that, bearing in mind the people in it, the pilots, the co-pilot, they can escape, they can get out of here and land, you know. But this marvel of engineering that looks just sexy as, you know. And then you got this thing here. Oh dearie me. What's this? Look at that gap there. Oh dear. Does anybody really truly believe this went to the moon, guys? Come
Hey,
on.
let me ask a question real quick. So when they launched back off the moon to go meet back up with Michael Collins, okay, so he was in a All right, I think I'm working it out. I was just trying to think. When they landed back on Earth, they were in that capsule. So that's not the same thing. Okay, never mind.
Okay, so
There's Sly's water test.
look at
He started.
moon dust, yeah? So people were saying that there is no moon dust on the moon, right? This was the argument that was going on. I think it was WS who was saying that, actually. Inside. Look at this. What is that? That is a huge amount of sandy moon dust.
WS is another one. I think it stands for winging shite or something like that. WS.
Yeah, Travis, that lander there, it's still there.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
Well,
in the capsule, it's still sitting there.
The base is.
Yeah.
Yeah. Tire tracks or boot tracks.
Yeah, but why aren't those as deep as that one? Remember that one that they took a picture of, and it's just completely like you stepped in snow, and those ones aren't. But anyway.
But yeah, no dust on the lunar lander though. No, it's magic moon dust, guys. Magic moon dust.
Must be the wind up there. Oh, wait there.
But hey, here's the other thing, right? So, how far away is the horizon supposed to be on the moon from an observer height of
8 meters, according to
With
this.
no atmosphere.
from observer height of, let's say, 5 feet? How far away is the horizon supposed to be? What's this?
Look at the shadow length. Look at the shadow length. It just nearly touches the horizon. It's classic.
Yeah. Oh dear. Oh, Houston, we have a problem. The moon is as big as Blackpool.
I have a question, if I may.
Yeah, sure.
My mic okay? You know, we only see one face of the moon, so when they're standing on that face, right? They're on that lit side of the moon that we see, correct? What is that correct?
Yeah.
They're on the face that we see, correct? Well, then
They're
why
just
when they
slightly up to
showed
the
why when they showed the Earth, why would there be a horizon at all when you're looking at the Earth? If you're on the face of the moon, looking directly at Earth.
Yeah. You'd have the same Terminator.
Look, Dave, you can't say shit like that.
It'd be
And
above
also-
your head.
Right.
Making us think, Dave.
Exactly. Okay, maybe I'm getting too deep. They might send some agents. But also, when they showed that picture of the Earth, it's small. And when they took the picture of the Earth from behind the moon, the Earth is huge, right? It's further away. Like you're taking the picture from further away. And the Earth is a lot bigger than when they took the picture from the moon. I'm wondering
Who
why
took the
size
picture?
is well, I don't think the picture was taken. I'm just saying the size is off, right? The scale is off. I would agree that the Earth would appear to be a lot bigger than the moon. And in the picture that the satellite took from behind the moon, it is. But in the pictures from the moon taken by the astronauts, it's small.
Not only that, but there's no
Photos did not age well.
there's no shot of the sun from the moon.
No.
I will say I know the answer to that though, Rakia.
But isn't
It's literally you go into edit, transform, and then scale in Photoshop. It's easy.
Gotcha.
There's no crater.
yeah? But can I
here?
Can I ask a question now? Okay, what's lighting up the surface of the moon right now in the photo?
The sun.
Lights.
But
Well,
technically, if the sun was lighting up the ground that they are standing on, how come it's not as bright as we?
Well, what you mean
you
is
just don't
why is it?
understand.
Is it like were they standing on the quarter moon or something?
No, this
It's
is
to do with absorption.
this is
and the
daytime.
brightness.
This is daytime, which means that the sky must be black, right? And because this is the land, that's where the edge is. That's the edge of the sphere. as you can see, the land is lit up where the horizon is. Yeah. Just
yeah, but look how
there.
right. See, I think what his point is look at the spacesuit and how white that spacesuit is.
Yeah.
When we look at the moon from here, it's bright, right? It's bright. It's not dull and gray.
Yeah, I get you.
It's as bright as that spacesuit.
So that we shouldn't be able to see that lander at all. It should be completely washed out from the brightness of the. But not only that, if you think about the sun being the source of this light, this would be towards sunset because of the angle of the lunar lander. So this guy is on top of the moon in terms of how it's oriented. Do you know what I'm saying? It's like at the very top of the moon. It's like he's not in the center, because there would be, if the sun were shining straight at the moon, there would be no degree of shadow. It would be straight underneath. You follow what I'm saying?
Yeah, definitely. But I think the albedo thing is collective albedo versus local. Locally, when you're looking at grey, it's not going to have as much reflectivity as white. But if you look at grey on a mass scale, with loads of sun hitting it all the time, then it will reflect a lot. Which is only about 10%, I think.
Just a thought experiment. Should when they do show the Earth in the background, shouldn't the shadow of the astronaut or whatever, the meteorite sitting there on the moon, shouldn't that shadow match the shadow on the Earth, right? Because the sun in their model is stationary, and
yeah,
so
should be. But they've got this thing that washes around. So anything, the Agrado's spot where light goes around a sphere and then it will light up. It's just the same reason why we got twilight. Why there isn't a hard separation of the Terminator line. It's a gradual thing.
Let's let Ranty double check to see if that matches up or not. Just on their photos, not because it's not something I've ever thought of until Travis was talking about light on the moon and shit. So.
Well, do you remember in the original video we were watching on the last show when we had the moon buggy going across the set? So it was going up and down, and way in the distance we had this here. Do you remember? This was in the background, far away, near the wall. We were calling it the wall. And yet obviously this is the imagery from near the wall. And you can definitely tell that, you know, that horizon isn't as far away as it should be. You know, it's as simple as that. Now, I'm not a mathematician, but, you know, I mean, you can only guess that that horizon is 50 feet away? If that? Something like that? 50 feet? 60 feet?
Oh, didn't you know there's a big cliff on the moon? It's a sheer drop, just a massive drop.
Yeah, he's on the edge of a crater.
They just missed it. They were so lucky.
Really. Oh, edge of a crater, I see. But the problem with that is that even if you're on a hill or a mountain top, right? Let's suppose you're on a mountain top, right? And you're looking away in the distance. You're a 6-foot observer here, and you stood on top of Mount Everest, and your mate's over there at the top of Mount Everest, and you're both on Mount Everest. At some point, probably around about, I don't know, 50 miles away, you're going to start to see the land over here, because your line of sight to that, would have still took you to that, and it would have been lit up because of the angle of the sun. So there's no, even if they were on top of a ridge, that ridge would have to be a few miles high.
Just immediately there.
Yeah,
it'd have to end there, right there.
But then,
that is a couple of feet away from the top of the shadow. There's no way that there's sort of like miles in between the top of the shadow and the actual horizon line.
Yeah, but even on the top of a ridge, you would still, at some point, the size of the moon, see extra land over here that would be illuminated. That would be illuminated.
Yeah, it would be the other side of it.
Yeah. Right, let me shout out to Esteban Olivanca. He says, does any of this works in the superfluid in the ISS is in? That was the idea last week, wasn't it? Does any of this works in the superfluid the ISS is in?
I don't know, go and ask Einstein, because he said it was. Go and ask Georges Lemaitre. He said it was. Go and ask Henry Cavendish. He said it was all fluid. Just look up superfluid vacuum theory. It's an actual theory, Esther.
I guess my next question is going to be, what was in the luggage compartment? Because space is at a premium, yeah, inside this lunar lander. You'd think they'd want to bring, I don't know, as much equipment and testing stuff as they could possibly cram in. So my question is, it looks like there's a lot of dead space in there, where they should have been able to cram a lot of this stuff in. Does anyone know where that went?
You got to remember there was 3 of them in there too.
What, in that hole?
It made a stop off halfway. Passengers got off and took their bags.
I see.
3 of them and a buggy, right?
Yes, yeah, that's right. It doesn't even look sturdy enough. That looks like an upturned bin.
I don't think that's luggage sort of like thing. I think that is one of the control bays.
Right. But
as in to look at all the gas pressure and stuff like that. And how much dust was contaminating the feet.
Now
it just said 0 all the time.
Now, how much thrust did they have coming out of this, the back of this here? Because I'm looking at, just with a half decent eye here, that looks a very thin, very, very thin piece of metal coming down here. In fact, it looks like an upturned bin that you used to get in the 1960s. Might have just got a few and just soldered it together. But can you see how thin that looks? Do you think that would be able to hold, was it 10,000 pound of pressure or something?
Yeah, on a crane. I don't reckon they've made a scorch mark on landing. If you look underneath, you can see some darkish bits, but that isn't a scorch. That isn't a push.
No.
And if you're saying you're floating down like Fortnite, don't believe you.
Well, the footage from the actual landing, I might bring it up to show you, but it appears at least to kick up a hell of a lot of dust. That's what it appears to show. It appears to show that I can't look at this anymore, guys. This is so ridiculous.
Randy, is that the one they're looking out the window, right? And I think I've seen that footage. But at that point, whoever's landing it, Neil or whoever was landing it, shouldn't he still be kind of floating, right? He's still in motion, 1/6 gravity. Oh no, he's planted right straight on top of the buggy. Everybody's not moving around. Nothing's flying around. Nothing's flying around the capsule at all, right?
Right. Well,
it's like we're looking out the window and we missed that cliff just barely.
Apollo 11 landing. Let's have a look. See.
Hey, just a total sideline. Hey, Aaron, have you seen any of the smoke haze from California? Because I think we're getting it right now. The sun is. I can look straight at the sun right now, like it's through a filter, and it's not clouds.
I haven't. Ranty, somebody's got an echo. It's just real slight, but.
Yeah, I think that's Crow.
Yeah, I haven't seen it yet, Travis, but we're getting winds from northeast right now, like your direction. So, but when that changes, to come from the west, California, or the west coast, I can only assume. My folks are up there right now in Seattle. Actually, they're driving down through Oregon to California to go meet my mom's mom, and we're in contact. They left this morning, and so just told them be careful. There's going to be roadblocks and just a whole mess. Apparently.
What's this bullshit I'm watching here?
This is the actual footage, supposedly, and then they cut into a little cartoon for you.
Why would they go? What's this?
Because back in them days, Mr. Spoon's identity needed to be kept quiet. Okay. But yeah, shout out to all the California lot getting firenados. This is so fake. This
Someone had to
admittedly
be on
fake,
the
this.
moon to record this angle.
Yeah, they even put the
Who
even.
was there?
Look, there we
No,
go.
this isn't.
Watch
Look,
this.
look at this. This isn't it.
Look
This
at
is all CGI. This is a model.
That's not real. This is it.
This is real, come on.
Right, this is the. Oh, that's it. Proof done. That light come on. No, that's it. I'm sold. I'm globe now.
Oh my god.
The light come on. I'm done.
They even had the little thrusters going at the side. Look.
That is colouring in. That is the same artist who done the snowman. We're walking in the air. That one.
Let's see if it leaves a crater.
That is definitely a drawing. That is no way. That is animation. That is no way an actual video.
No, this is.
Obviously.
Look at how the fire comes out. It's perfectly equal.
Look, his moon landing footage.
Yeah, no, they've filled it in.
Wow.
But I mean, people back they weren't aware yet of like the TV people lying to them and stuff. Pretty sure, and like now they're old people, and I
That
still
looks
don't
like
know
a
that
set.
they're aware of it. But
Well, the lunar
Rewind that bit up, Randy. Rewind that bit up and look at the rocks nearest to you versus
this
the
is
rocks
obviously
further.
a model.
Yeah, this is just sort of like in a studio, and they're just zoning all light in on the middle.
Yeah, and
This
who
is
would have put the camera down on the ground or the surface of the moon to film it coming down like that anyway? They were the first. Why is there a camera on the ground when they land?
Exactly. Yep.
Yeah, Old Math says that they fired one up or they left one up, didn't they? When they were taking off, they
Yeah,
stuck it
yeah.
on there and controlled it by remote.
Never mind all the issues they had just getting the vehicles into space to begin with. But sure, they were able to fire off a camera and get it there real quick.
Hey, is
Get it
that a
all set up
crater
and
I see
everything.
there? Sorry, Bob. Is that a crater I see there?
It looks like a little
They
one.
put it
doesn't
in the cartoon, but funny, it's
What
not
the
there
hell
in
is
real
the
life.
problem with getting it into
There
space?
was a YouTuber named Jarrah White who had all the really best early moon hoax videos.
Simulation. Here we go.
Simulations.
Simulation. But that looks about like the footage that you get. So their simulation at that point is about on par with what they could show, people as supposedly real.
They put a crater underneath it though.
That's my
Yeah.
whole point. Thank you,
That's
Gleam.
it.
The simulation shows a crater.
Well,
We'll put one under there, but for the real one,
Nah,
don't need
forget
one.
it, man.
you move up to today, it's all still fake. The ISS,
That
the
simulation
cupola
looks like it's
view.
got higher quality material.
Yes, the
I don't see cardboard anywhere on that thing. Looks like a nice metal.
I tell you what, this looks nicer. This looks nicer than
Yeah,
the
that's what I'm
original.
saying. Like, it looks nicer than the actual thing.
No Scotch tape on this one.
I'd invest in that.
The news people obviously had more budget. Zionists, obviously.
Oh dear me. What else have they got? Let's see. Oh, here we go. This might be the one. This was probably the original one. But I'm sure that the lunar lander itself is seen kicking up a bunch of dust.
I always thought that there was a timing issue, and I was the only one that was thinking that, and no one said it. But the timing issue where the eagle
look at
has
that.
landed.
Look at this. Look at all that dust that it kicks off. Look at that. Look at it go. Look at it.
Yeah.
Look at that.
But maybe,
Yeah, right.
maybe that simulation from CBS, maybe that was like basically pre-programming, getting people into the idea of what it should look like, and then when they show what is obviously fake, well, they're already primed to think that's what it looks like.
That's it. Plumb.
And those look like light rays coming out of the bottom where the rocket should be, and not like, flames of any kind or light from flames. They actually look like, I don't know, some type of light generated there, but not from a rocket, from a light bulb.
So I'm looking for this crater that they supposedly landed on as well. Let me just shout out Esteban Ilabanco again. He says, those animations, everyone knew that's what it was. Yeah, of course they did. Are evidence they didn't have the technology to fake the rest. How hard is that?
No, that's retarded. Those things look right around exactly what they show you. They had
Ranty,
enough
tell
to
us.
trick people
Ranty.
who weren't smart enough back then or didn't know enough about what it looked like.
Okay, shut up for a minute. Ranty, Tell me, why can't the rocket go to the moon?
Why can't a rocket? Because it can't leave our atmosphere, mate.
It has nothing to push off in the vacuum.
Why can't it leave the atmosphere, Ranty?
It can't leave an enclosed system, my friend.
What enclosed system, Ranty?
We breathe an atmosphere, mate.
Yeah, but what stops it? Why can't the rocket just keep
Hold
going?
on, hold on a second. Hold on
Is that
a
just
second.
Phil Bell?
Yeah, that's Phil Bell. I'm just looking for this.
Got one.
Yeah.
There's no combustion in a vacuum.
Yeah, I'm just
Nothing
looking.
Yeah, but
combusts in
even
a
before you
vacuum.
get to the vacuum, Ranty's right. We breathe in atmosphere, which means there must be a container, which means the rocket can't leave because there's a container stopping it.
Where's
when
the
you prove you
container?
get past the container,
Show me.
yeah, good question. Where's the
where have you
container?
tested
Why
the
can't we get
container?
past it? Those are good questions.
What container? Where
what
have you proved
container?
that there's a container?
I don't need to prove it. I don't care if you believe there is one or not. You need to prove you got past.
Well, yeah. So you just talk. Look, I've just
How do
taught
you have
you
gas
just to make sure
pressure?
that you children don't hurt yourselves. All right.
If you don't
Hey,
believe
Phil,
it,
how you breathing right now?
Phil, let me make sure you don't hurt yourself. Let me ask you the same question. Why have ISRO not been managed to land the past couple of times and crashed into the moon?
They had a bit of a problem with the telemetry. That's why. Not a couple of times.
Sure,
They
it's
only
not
tried-
to do with the
it's
atmosphere.
Only the first time that they tried.
Because
they
the
did get
atmosphere's
the
in
rocket up
the
there,
moon as
Glenn.
well now.
You did.
I noticed you're
they
not
got
addressing the
rocket up
footage
there,
that's
didn't they?
obviously fake. You're just trying to ask questions. Why can't it go? That's.
Yeah,
I mean, you don't get
exactly.
to
Tell
start
us
from
why
why
they can't
can't it go.
Tell us why they can't go, Glenn.
Reversing
why
the
they're
burden
lying
of
about
proof.
Because you
Tell us
crash
why
into
that
it.
footage is fake.
Because
Why
they
you
haven't
just
gone.
Shut up and
real
let
stuff.
Gleam answer.
Because they haven't
Why
gone.
can't you go? Why can't the rocket go to the moon, Gleam?
Because they haven't gone.
Why
They
can't
haven't
you
got what?
teleport?
Come on,
We've
Gleam.
I've just said. Didn't you hear me?
No, go on.
Okay. We have sent men to the moon before. Yeah. We haven't sent them again. That's why.
I want to know why a rocket can't go to the moon.
Because
can't
obviously
you
you've got
teleport?
issues
That's
in
the
getting it to the moon if it's crashing into the moon, Phil.
If it's
There's
getting
no
to the moon and
combustion.
crashing, Gleam, it's going there, isn't it? I want to
There's
know
no
why the rocket
combustion
can't
in a
go to the
vacuum.
moon.
Unknown.
Don't
Can you
worry
get
about-
to the moon, Phil? Or is it just crashing and you're just pretending it's hitting the moon?
If the thing crashes on the moon, it obviously gets there.
How do you know it didn't crash before?
Right. So I just want to get us on the same page. A rocket can go to the moon, right?
I don't know. I haven't sent a rocket to the
What do you
mean,
mean
Phil.
you don't
Have
know?
you?
We're just discussing how
A
it
lot
crashed.
of us would
Have you?
disagree to that, sending rockets to the moon. I
Can
doubt
just
that.
Gleam, can we just leave this with Gleam,
Have you?
please?
Have
Okay.
you sent a rocket to
Gleam.
the moon successfully?
Okay. Do you think the
Gleam,
footage is real?
You just agreed that the Vikram lander crashed on the moon.
No. I said why.
Yes,
I
it
asked you the
crashed on
question.
moon. It got there, Gleam.
No,
It's
but that's
like
what I'm telling
simple
you.
logic.
How do you know it got there and didn't crash earlier? You
Gleam,
don't.
keep away from forks, buddy.
What
What's
are you
that got to
talking
do
about?
with it? Yeah, you just lost the argument there.
I guess that goes for anyone who disagrees with you. Stay away from forks, eh?
Forks, indeed. Professor Phil,
Fucking hell.
do you think that the footage we've been showing is legit? They actually went there. Do you think the moon landing image that we were examining is a real image of something that landed on the moon? Taken at the time.
Obviously, there are simulations and there are real photographs. So the photographs that you see of the lander are the photographs of the lander. But if they're landing at, there's no camera on the moon waiting for a lander to land. So obviously it's a simulation.
How would they know
So
anything
what?
about it? Why would they, Phil? Come on, dude.
So what?
Why
Professor,
would
can
you
I ask
make
you
a
a question?
simulation? Why not just give us the?
Why are you guys
Why?
calling him a professor?
I called him Phil.
I called him Professor. That's his title.
Yeah, thank you. You see.
Okay, so yes, so
What do you profess?
So Professor, why do you think they sent the very first mission to the moon? Obviously, it's going to be a very historic moment. Why do you think they sent it in that abortion of a lander? They didn't even smarten it up on the outside.
They not there. They weren't contemplating a flat earthers. Okay.
Huh? What?
So they sent up a flying
What does
tweaker
that have
shack.
to do with
Scientists
anything?
putting-
What does
first of
what
all,
does the
every
shape have to do with
single
anything?
gram, every single gram of that thing of mass on that thing would count.
Yes.
They weren't
So
counting on
Just
it.
like the
People have to be
F-14.
looking at it and asking questions, guys. Come on.
All right.
And Phil,
If
it's
you
still
can't,
sitting
if you
there,
can't
right?
just shut up and let me answer the questions, then I'm just going to go.
Okay,
Right?
go
still
ahead,
sitting
Professor Phil. So
Don't get triggered, Phil. Don't get triggered.
So we look
Then
at.
just shut
Stay
up
calm.
then. Listen to the
Okay,
question. When
okay.
you ask a question,
Phil.
listen for the answer.
So we've asked
Is
the
it still
question.
sitting there? Is it still sitting there?
Hold on, let me run this past him. So we've asked the question. Every ounce matters. I absolutely agree. Every ounce would matter if they did go there. I guess my question is, why would they then stick masking tape on? Because I'm sure that if you added up the weight of that strip of masking tape that they used to hold down one of those panels, as opposed to a pin, I'm sure that the masking tape would outweigh the pin.
Ranty, you can bet your life the people who worked that out, what they needed to put on it, had a damn good reason for doing it.
Okay, so what do you think the masking tape strip was particularly useful for on that particular part of the craft?
Probably holding stuff together.
Was that even a duct tape? Are we sure of that?
It was duct tape, yes.
How do you know?
Well, no, you don't know if it's duct tape.
Looks like
Even
a
if it
foil.
was super duper space tape, Crow.
No, it's not any sticking something. It's just isolation. Looks like the foil that we put on a turkey or something like that.
Turkey wrappings are better than that. They're nice and snug. What are you talking about?
So when
What do you
anyway,
mean, what do you mean they're nice?
Come on, Crow.
let's get to the
they're
ultimate.
nice, yeah.
Let's get to the ultimate question. Phil, why have we not sent men back to the moon?
Money. The political
Okay,
will.
wait there. Hang on. Let's tackle these one at a time. Money,
The political
China,
will,
China.
but
Wait
please,
there.
please,
Hang on. No,
I'm
no,
not
wait there.
answering your
Come on.
question until
Come
you finish
on.
answering mine.
I did answer yours.
No, you didn't. I want to
I
know
did,
why
and I
a
said you
rocket
don't
can't
know.
Go to the moon.
Unknown.
That's a negative. He has no responsibility to answer that question. Don't ask negative questions.
Unknown. I said
Why
unknown.
can't a
I
rocket
don't
go to
know.
the moon?
I don't know.
Okay, so
If it
can
can
a rocket
or
go
if
to
it
the moon,
can't.
Gleam? Let's put it.
I
phrase
don't
it
know.
Again.
There we go. I've said I don't know about 4 or 5
It's the
times.
same as
don't know
asking
if a
why
rocket
can't
can
we
go to the
teleport
moon,
to the
right?
moon? That's the same question.
Okay, so Gleam,
What?
I'm just
Now you
just
switch
Gleam and
my
me, all right?
questions.
The rest of you, shut up.
Mhm.
Gleam.
Oh, he's triggered.
Okay.
We're in
That's
lesson now.
very rude of you. We're adults here. I'm
No,
not
you're
willing
not.
to sit down
You
and
might
let
be
you
adults,
be
but you're
rude
certainly
like
not
that. You
behaving
go
like
to
adults.
hell with your attitude. And
You're
if you don't
certainly not
like it, you
behaving
can
like
lump it.
adults.
So if anyone's going to shut up, maybe you should. Because you got a
I
big
don't know if you guys know
you're
this,
somewhat
but
of
he
a
has a
bully.
superiority
So-
complex.
You
He
ready?
believes he knows more than we do.
Gleam, are you ready?
I've been ready and I've answered your question, but as soon as I
No,
answer,
you haven't
ask
answered
mine,
my question. All you've said, Gleam, is you don't know.
and that is my truthful answer.
Okay.
Is
so
there something
therefore
wrong with
you
that? Do you
don't
want me
know
to lie?
whether- You don't know whether the rocket could have held people where people could have been on board, right? You don't know that either, right?
No, and when I look at you and your experience, you crashed too, so you haven't successfully landed. So how do I know that you'll be telling me the
didn't.
truth?
We crashed one of them, but the other one, the first Vikram, there's only one Vikram that's been there. Chandrayaan 1 was just an orbiter, okay? All right, so the first one crashed was Chandrayaan 2. And by the way, we actually got the funds to go again, so there's another one coming up either later this
Would
year.
you
probably
get to
November
it
or
and quit adding all your fluff?
Failures are not
God.
not successes, mate. Failures are not successes.
failures are successes in a way, okay? We learn things that we didn't know before.
Professor Phil, excuse me, you told me you had 100% success rate.
Satellites, not in landing stuff on the moon, okay?
Gotcha. Sorry about that.
Okay. All right. So now I'm still wanting to know, actually, anybody can answer this question. If something has crashed on the moon, obviously it got there. Can we agree with that?
How do you know if it crashed before?
Now, There's
No,
nothing to
where's the
stop
evidence of
rocket.
the crash? You're saying, well, something crashed on the moon. You're not telling us what or
If
where
we
the evidence for
presuppose
it
that
is.
something went to the moon, well, then something
Where are
went
you
to the moon.
going with your
Congratulations.
snowshoes
Good.
in the
So-
Sahara
so-
Desert?
So if the rocket went to the moon, actually got there, why
Which it
could there
didn't.
not be people on board?
It didn't go there. That was easy.
Okay,
But that was
right.
kind of my- that was
Okay,
kind of
okay. So let's ask another question. Let's have another line of question. What about this horizon, Professor Phil? How far away do you think the horizon should be on the moon, and compared to how close it is to the lunar lander? You can look at the screen that I'm presenting in the show channel if you like. Just click on me, and we can see
How do you know that the lander's not on a hill?
Well, if it is on the hill, how high would the hill have to be to prevent the curvature from still showing at a distance? How high would this hill have to be?
I thought they landed in the Sea of Tranquility, which put them in a shallow crater of some kind, which means there'd be a rim all around them.
Yeah, we'll get to
There
that.
There were six Apollo landings.
Yeah, this is Apollo 11.
Okay.
Numero uno.
The first one. So, do you see that the horizon is maybe 50 feet away? Now, I
Top
see.
of the hill, you mean?
I see that as not being on a hill. I'll be honest with you. And even if it was on a, even if it was
There's also an issue. Look, I'm not an expert on this, but there is also an issue with the photography. In other words, making sure the apertures, because the sun would be incredibly bright.
Mm-hmm. But he's not facing the sun.
You'd have to wind down the aperture. You'd have to wind down the aperture a lot.
But you are
Just to
an
be able to get
expert
that
on the
photograph.
equipment, right? Right, Phil? You're a professor. You're an expert on the equipment, right?
Can I ask
Well,
a
not
question?
this equipment, but
So,
yes.
and you
generally
said
speaking.
there were six Apollo moon landings, right?
Yeah.
So there should be 6 LEMs still sitting on the moon, right?
Why would they? That's
Well, because
really
they
silly. How
didn't.
do you
They
think
didn't. They
got
didn't
off?
take off in the LEM. They did not take off in the LEM.
Oh yeah. What did they take off with?
the excursion capsule to go
All
meet
of
up
that.
with Collins. That's the one we're shown, right?
There's actually some footage of
you
one taking
remember
off.
you remember that shot of the fireworks with that little saucer looking thing flying up? Remember that
There's
was not
actually
the
one.
LEM.
There's actually one taking off, and there is plenty of
You
equipment
really
on the
like
moon.
that footage? That one
There's
taking off looks like Disney.
Look, you can interpret it however you like, Gleam. That doesn't change the reality of it.
The reality is it looks like Disney.
Yeah. So what it looks to, you interpret it however you like, Gleam.
Okay, hold on one sec. So, B-Ball for Life says, if Gleam believes that there's a galaxy curve problem, then Gleam believes space exists. Okay.
Of course Gleam believes space exists, don't you, Gleam?
Okay,
Yes.
So here I have something for you, Professor Phil, right? So we're going to run this through.
You should be arguing with Gleam.
Yeah, okay, well, in the meantime, we'll get to that. Let's discuss the camera setup of the individuals in this particular set. So I believe that they were chest height, yeah? So it was chest height. The guy was operating his camera at chest height, yes?
Yes, no choice. They're fixed on their chest.
Yeah,
They were fixed on their chest.
So, he's looking at him relatively, chest height would be there, let's say. Would you agree with that?
Yep, I would.
What do you say? I mean, I don't know for sure.
He's relatively close to the other person, isn't he? He's relatively close. He's chest height. He would be sort of chest height. The horizon is 50 feet away. The horizon is 50 feet away and below the chest height of these people. Now, that can't be a hill, and that can't be a lip, which means that they're actually having to look down at this location here. This location is below the observer, in which case it should allow for an expanded plane to be seen, because that's what you'd still see even on a globe of the moon. You would still see more land further and further away, because the horizon would be a calculated distance away. My problem is with this that the horizon ends here and there is no extra land to be seen.
I told you, possibly it could well be on a rise, and it's dark.
I've just explained it can't be on a rise because he's camera height.
No, you just gave us your opinion.
Mhm.
That doesn't make it right.
It's a logical
in a studio in an old hangar, those balloon hangars there.
Mhm.
Yeah,
Blimp
sure,
hangars.
SE, why can't that? What would prevent them from actually doing this mission?
I don't know where to start.
What,
You want me to
SE?
start the interior of the craft,
No, let's
the
just start-
outside,
let's
the
just start
batteries,
No,
the
let's start with
transmission?
getting
Where
there.
do you want to go?
Okay,
No,
how?
let's just start with getting there, getting to the moon.
Okay, what about the water?
What about water?
What about it? Yeah, what about this water that's on here? The staining. This.
Oh dear.
Don't see any water.
That's a problem.
That is a problem. What about that
What
water?
water?
What about this water stain? Can you not see those big stains there? There,
Yeah.
there, and there. There's like 5, 6
Discoloration,
dots.
yeah?
6
What makes you think it's
discoloration.
water?
What else?
What makes you think it's
Okay,
water?
what do you think it is?
That's probably some. It could be something that happened while it was on. Well, it is something that happened while it was on Earth. Who knows? Something that's discolored it, stained it. Who knows?
That did not leave Earth
Definitely not
in a
water.
hermetically sealed box like that. I guarantee you.
Cindy
Oh,
Lauper
yeah.
on acid designed
Oh, yeah,
that when she was a child.
And on what evidence did you make that guarantee? SE?
Have you seen these guys? How they are in those clean rooms? Have you ever been in a clean room?
Many times.
How did you have to enter the clean room, Professor?
What
did you have to
with
do?
all completely head to toe in covered.
And did you ever see any stains on any of the equipment that you were working on?
What kind of stains?
Lots of stuff.
Before they left for space, like those spacecraft you designed, did you ever see a stain mark on any of them? Even
Of
so
course.
much as one hair?
Plenty of times you see marking pens and marks that have been left behind by various things. We don't care about that as long as it doesn't weigh anything.
Come on, Professor. You know there's no way that thing left the clean room in that condition. Absolutely no way.
It certainly did.
First of all, high school. If this was a high school project, it would fail. It wouldn't pass.
If it certainly would, and it would be marvelous because it actually got to the moon.
Professor, I remember in grade 5, I did one of those projects from the encyclopedia where we did 3 lights and we joined them to make different colors. That project was better lined up than this.
Yeah, I mean, what do you think about this paneling? I mean, Professor Phil. I mean, you did see the F-14 Tomcat that was produced in the same year. I mean, obviously, I'm showing these images now. You can see the design and technology that went into this, the sleekness, the beauty of it, the absolute beauty of it. And then you look at this. This.
You cannot justify this, Professor. There's no way to justify
do you understand that that airplane needs aerodynamics, right? And this craft does not. And the whole point is to develop something with the minimum amount of weight as possible.
So we just send up formless blobs to the moon next time? The shape don't matter?
Sorry, I missed that point.
Formless blobs. Because shape and design doesn't really matter much.
No, it doesn't actually. It's
Hey,
functionality.
Phil, you weren't there at this time, right? You weren't a part of the program or anything? But
Not
you
this
talk
program,
like
no,
you're
of course not. I was a
100%
kid when this
sure
happened.
that they went to the moon and that all this is true. How is it that you're so sure?
So the Dragon needs special design to go to Mars, but we don't need special design to go to the moon.
Well, hold on.
Functionality is the important thing, okay? All right?
Hold on.
It's not on a fashion parade.
Hold on. Function over beauty. It's not on a fashion parade, right? The first time that they landed men on a different planet, the space race, the hundreds of millions of dollars and taxpayers' dollars the millions of people that worked on the project, and the US government or NASA themselves, with all those millions of people putting their heart and soul into this, the best they could get was a waterlogged, broken down abortion that is this.
That's what you call it? I don't call it that. I call it fantastic minimalist, just enough to get there, good functionality, it worked.
You're
Can
insane.
I bring up something a little more modern that everyone can see, and it's pretty irrefutable too?
Sure.
Again, the view from the ISS, the cupola. When you're looking at that Andres Kuiper over Italy, the view is from 3,200 miles up or so. The claim is the ISS is like 280 to 340 miles. The view is always 10 times higher than the stated height of the orbiting ISS. An impossibility.
No.
Yes, it's an impossibility.
No.
I still haven't heard anybody talk about why it can't be done.
Yes, you have.
That's a retarded question.
No, all I heard from you.
Why
was
can't you
don't
teleport?
know.
That's the same question.
Someone else
Why
was
can't
saying
you
about
teleport?
combustibles.
They'll just use a space ladder to the
Okay, so
moon.
you don't understand that the rockets have both the oxidizer and the fuel on board.
I
You
understand.
don't understand that.
Yes. Cody of Cody's Labs used peroxide, which is highly explosives, with quinone, and in the vacuum, they would not combust. And that's an explosive, not just rocket candy or gunpowder. None of them would combust in his vacuum.
With a nozzle?
Later on,
Well,
with a nozzle?
no, you put them in a vacuum and lit them with a laser.
You've got no
gun.
idea. You're talking through your butthole. You got no idea.
I knew
course
you'd
it
probably
does.
say something like that. But anyway, proof is in
Cool
the pudding.
counter.
No, you cannot support combustion in a vacuum. Period. End of story.
The
Phil, why would
combustion
people be
happens in a
asking?
combustion chamber. The combustion happens in a combustion chamber inside the body of the rocket. Okay, what you see from the outside
Which is
the energy
open
that's
to
released.
the vacuum of space. The combustion portion is open to the rocket
What
portion
would
at
stop
the
it?
back. There is
What
an
would
orifice,
stop the combustion?
but there is an opening and a vacuum.
What would stop the combustion?
You cannot burn things in a vacuum.
Hold on one sec.
What would stop the oxygen? And let's say it's the oxygen and hydrogen. What would stop the oxygen and hydrogen from exploding?
Take 2 minutes to
you had a
watch
spark?
Cody's Lab's little video on it, and you'll see he can't combust nothing, and he's pretty disappointed about it. So he goes on to a later video where he kind of like, you know.
You haven't answered the
But
question.
that's okay. No, because you haven't seen what I'm talking about. So
I
there's
don't
no
care
point
about
in
that. I just
you
want you
don't
to
care
answer the
about
question.
anything. You care about
I
your
want you to answer the
dogma
question.
and trying
What?
to challenge people to match your standards. And I'm
You
not
have
going
the
to play
oxygen.
that game or go that game. I know for a fact that you can't get nothing to burn in a
Rubbish.
vacuum.
You don't know that
Put
for a fact.
candle in a
Okay,
vacuum,
okay.
With a 1,000-watt laser, it will
You
not
don't. You
ignite.
barely know anything. What are you talking about?
I'm
You know that
glad,
for a
yeah.
fact.
Okay, Professor Phil. Professor Phil, right?
What
Okay.
chemistry do you know?
So there has been some tests done on YouTube by some rather popular YouTubers with that does science and things like that. And
flat
he's
earthers?
no globe earthers. Cody's Lab for one, and yeah, I mean he has been unable to do a lot of the things that we are told that we can do in a vacuum. He has his own vacuum
So
chamber.
you think?
Now, let me
So
just.
you actually think that hydrogen and oxygen would not in the rocket combustion chamber would not be able to combust? You think that you got the oxygen? You
That
got
is
the
a correct
oxygen, you got the
statement,
fuel,
yes.
you got the
You
means,
cannot
you got the
support
means
combustion in a
to overcome
vacuum,
activation
period.
energy. Just quiet for a minute. You got
Okay.
the oxygen, you got the fuel, you got the oxygen, you got the fuel, and you've got the means to overcome the activation energy. And you think that that's not going to
You do not have the means to overcome the vacuum of space.
The vacuum of space
the
has
vacuum
nothing
of
to
a
do with it.
Tell me,
Nothing
Professor
to do with
Phil.
it. You
Professor
need the
Phil.
3 ingredients.
How did they get through the Van Allen belt?
The Van Allen, they choose a path through it. Okay, it's not like uniformly around the Earth.
See,
they or you.
You see, they
So
didn't.
there's a Van Allen meter they have, that they never showed us.
Yeah, they didn't know anything about that. The astronauts. I mean, I don't know if you've looked into that, but when they were asked about, the Van Allen belt and the protection that they should have had, they said that they didn't need it because they didn't know it was there.
Yeah,
Who
at
said
least
they
one
didn't
of
know
them
it was
did.
there?
I heard it.
Sorry, Professor Phil?
Who said they didn't know it was there?
I believe it was Buzz Aldrin.
Why don't you just check the timeline and see when Van Allen was first discovered, and compare that to the time that they went to the moon?
Yeah,
it was Bean that said that, Ranty?
Sorry?
One of the astronauts?
Yeah, it was one of the astronauts. Yeah, one of the on the first
It
landing.
was 1958 they were first discovered with James Van Allen and Kristen Birkeland.
Nice.
Yeah.
Which was before the landing.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's funny, but the astronaut didn't know about it,
wasn't it?
Yeah, but the astronaut had no idea what they were. Even when they were asked to... Hold on, he was asked...
They discovered it in 1958, and you think the astronauts did not know about it in 1969?
The astronauts replied that they
They're
did...
flat earthers or something, do you?
The astronauts...
Professor, we don't think it. We know
Replied.
it.
The astronauts replied that they didn't know that there was the Van Allen belt. And the reason the reason they weren't affected by it and basically frazzled was because they didn't know about it.
Yeah, he said, well, if it
They ignored
exists,
it.
then we went through it. I mean, that's just what we did. We went through it. That's a quote.
I'm surprised you haven't seen that, Professor.
Haven't seen what?
The interview with, I believe it was Bean, astronaut Bean.
With Don Pettit, I remember the actual one. They were interviewing
He
him.
said
I don't know what you're
he
talking
was
about.
surprised he had no clue.
Yeah, I think it looked like more of an 80s video where they were talking about the previous alleged missions. Right?
You know they went 6 times, don't you? Right?
Yeah. Professor Phil, have you got any demonstrations of things combusting in a vacuum on Earth?
Not myself, no. Why would I need that?
It's just that there's examples of the opposite, and you're just saying, no,
not,
you've got to
Gleam.
trust me.
Gleam,
No,
Gleam, get
they're
this
telling
into
you
your
it
head.
is.
Gleam,
No, you don't just shout at me and say,
Gleam.
get this into your head. Because I ain't one of your teachers. I ain't one of your students. I'm one of your teachers, mate.
Gleam, you need 3 ingredients for this combustion to take place, all right?
I know how it
You need a
works.
place for it. You need the hydrogen. You need the oxygen. That's if you're using hydrogen as a fuel. You need the oxygen, and you need the means to overcome the activation energy, which will be a spark. Now, when you got those 3, and you've got the right a combination of them, in other words, 2 parts of hydrogen to 1 part of oxygen, they will explode.
Everyone knows the
They
story,
will
Phil.
combust.
But they need to see demonstrations because they've seen demonstrations to the otherwise.
Gleam,
And
I
they're
could
believing
show
in
you
that.
I can easily show you how oxygen.
That's
and
all I
hydrogen
asked.
Explode,
That's all I
okay?
asked. But you said no.
Very easy. A very easy thing to demonstrate.
In a vacuum.
Okay, you should be able to do it yourself, Gleam.
All right, don't shout at me because that ain't going to resolve it, is it? I was just helping you be
go ahead and do it
believable
yourself.
because you're not being believable at the moment.
Go and do it yourself, Gleam. If you want to find out for yourself, do it yourself. I've actually been looking around for a new vacuum chamber. So when I get it, I'll do something like that for you.
And there we go. That's all you needed to say instead of getting on your uppity high horse and start shouting as if you've got some sort of authority. Phil, you're on the internet, mate. Seriously, wind your neck in. Now, can I proceed?
I'll do what I please.
Yeah, can I proceed in my line of questioning? Because I asked,
You haven't
why
finished answering my questions.
I already have. I'm sorry, but I've answered it 4 times, and you dragged it out.
All you said was you don't know. So
Exactly, and I
had
don't.
a follow-up question to that.
And what was the follow-up question? Go on, you've got 2. I'll have 2.
The question was, if you don't know whether or not, if you didn't know whether or not humans could be on the rocket that goes to the moon, then they could be, right?
Yes,
You could
of course.
be wrong about them
Yes.
not being there, right?
Yes, of course.
Okay, so yeah, we're getting somewhere now. So
I've
so
always
there's a
been at
rocket-
this
there's a
mind state,
rocket
Phil.
now-
Fuck's sake.
There's a rocket now orbiting the moon. We've agreed that that's possible. Okay. So now if it's orbiting the moon, tell me what would stop it? What would stop them from detaching the lander that's attached to this rocket and allowing it to land? In other
Okay,
words,
let me wander down this stupid road of yours that you've created here. Okay, what would stop them? The electrostatic field of the moon.
What electrostatic field?
Don't
Glenn?
tell me there isn't one, sir, because I taught you
What
this.
what electrostatic field would stop
Are
them,
you
Glenn?
are you telling me that there is not an electrostatic field, or are you telling me that the electrostatic field on the moon is not enough
I
to stop
want
them?
to know what electrostatic field and tell me how many coulombs it is.
Okay, it's the electrostatic field from the sun hitting the dust of the sun's moon surface and charging up half of the moon while it's on it.
Tell me,
The
Glenn,
coulombs.
how
Wait
many
there, hang on.
coulombs? How many coulombs, Glenn?
You're-
That's
you're-
the important bit.
You're talking about 200,000 wrapping all around it.
No, Gleam, even an electron is 10 to the minus 19. So it's
No,
incredibly
I'm
small.
saying there's
A coulomb is a very,
200,000.
very big particle, a very big amount of energy, all right? So that's
Yeah.
nonsense.
200,000 coulombs. There's 400 around Earth.
400 coulombs.
All around Earth at all times. That's what facilitates lightning.
That's the whole total amount there.
That's what I'm saying. Well, what do you want me to just name a specific part?
I want to know why. So you think electrostatic?
I've just put, possibly someone could step out and
Does
electrocute
electrostatic
themselves,
stop an aeroplane
or
from landing
possibly.
on the tarmac.
No, but it does build up electrostatic charge, which
But
gives
does it
them these
stop it?
static. No, listen. We're talking about two different surfaces here. We're talking about the moon, and we're
tell me-
talking about
so,
Earth.
You're obviously an expert at the surface of.
I never said I was. If I said I do not know,
You don't even know about the rocket, and you're an expert on the surface of the moon, and you can
not
tell
at
me how
all.
many coulombs.
No,
how
you
many
just led me
coulombs
down
the
that
surface
path. You just led me down this fantasy path, and you just said what would stop it, and then
Yeah,
I
what
give
would
you
stop
an
it?
idea.
No,
Okay.
you're wrong. That wouldn't stop it. Okay.
Okay, tell me. Show me how. Show me how. Can you show me how it wouldn't stop
No,
it?
you've got to tell me how you think it would.
Because we know 100% that radiation from the sun hits the Earth, hits the moon. The moon's surface
Yes, of
would then
course, it's
charge
called
up.
Daylight. Yeah,
Yes.
it's called daylight. Yeah,
It would then charge up. Yes, you would have a positive effect on one side of the moon, which is sunlit, and a negative effect on the opposite.
No, you would not. Garbage.
That was in a paper I cited to you when
I
you were
don't
saying
care
there
what
is
I
no
don't
check.
care what- you
See,
can go-
this
I
is
don't
this is
care
how
what
a conversation
you feel
goes with you. You
Rubbish.
just literally get schooled and you go, I don't care, I don't
No,
care.
you're not
Like a big
schooling
baby.
anybody,
You're
Gleam.
throwing toys out of a pram.
Gleam,
So
don't-
tell
don't
me now,
think you're
tell me now,
marvellous.
Phil, did I
You're not schooling anybody.
do you want me to show
No, Gleam,
you
that's
how I
just total
schooled you?
garbage.
Because I can
That's
cite
garbage.
that. I can cite that, Phil, right now. I can show you where you said there is no such thing
so
as
you're
net
trying to tell me
charge
that
on
the
stars.
The dark side
Okay.
is negative and
Right,
the
listen.
daylight side is positive.
Professor Phil.
What a load of
Professor Phil. Right, Professor Phil. Can you at least let Gleam make his line of questioning before you interrupt him, please? Go ahead.
Yes. Anyway, if you look up
numbers, Gleam.
if you look up the lpi.usra.edu lunar surface electric fields, it says exactly what I've just said there. The positive side is the side where the sun is lit, and that's where all the positive radiation is. And then to equalize, the moon shoves all of its negative energy on the shadow side. Okay, so I can cite that. I've got that right up at the moment, but I would rather continue the line of questioning of why haven't we been back? And it can't be money, because China's had money. They've been one of the fastest growing GDPs for the past 20 odd years at least. So I'm not accepting money as an issue. There is enough
They
money.
would love to stick it to the
I
Americans
don't
correctly.
care what you accept, Gleam, but I still haven't got any numbers on the coulombs. that
So
would prevent,
200,000 wasn't a figure, was it? You're just lying, Phil.
Where-
You're
where
just
does it say
saying
200,000
nobody
coulombs?
You just literally said nobody mentioned anything about anything that cannot make this possible. And yes, there was somebody in here who was talking about combustion. So you lied. Someone did mention that. And then you just said, I haven't been told a figure. And I just told you a figure. You just literally said a minute ago. You just lied and said, look, all I've got from you lot is that I don't know. Yeah, no one has managed to tell me why this could not be possible. And you lied because you were told by Bob that combustion isn't possible. And that was his line of questioning.
Well, he's wrong.
Well, just saying he's wrong isn't going to cut it, Phil. You're just coming in here going, you're wrong. Oh, I'm not caring about that.
His elbow from his foot. Of course he's
Neither
wrong.
would you. Neither would you, Phil. You did not even know that Antarctica is the highest continent on Earth. You thought it was Asia because you're an idiot.
I said
And you think that you're bigger than everyone else, but you're not. You're a human, mate.
highest mountain.
I said highest continent. Continent is not a mountain, is it, mate? A continent. Yes, because you got something wrong, Phil, and you still can't admit it.
Who gives a shit?
Okay, let me just shout super chat here whilst you two think about what you're going to do next. B-Ball for Life says, Gleam loves to cite things. How about you cite the shape of the Earth? Because citing the shape of the Earth, B-Ball for Life, only gives one narrative, doesn't it now? Very one-sided.
Cite who? Cite who, B-Ball for Life? You, when you're showing clouds as Earth curve? Bullshit. You were finished ages ago, Professor
I'm not
Phil. Come on.
with you. So, Gleam, when the rocket left the Earth, did
Yes.
it leave a flat Earth?
Oh, and one other thing, B-Ball. Filming waves is not going to give you a horizon, mate. Yeah. We don't live on a globe, mate, because you film some waves. Sorry.
Telling me, that doesn't matter. This doesn't matter.
What is the path? What is the path that the rocket takes if it goes from the Earth to the Moon? What sort of path would that take?
Look, now, if anyone's seen Hidden Figures, it would have to take a curved trajectory to get spun off the Earth to get in its whatever they call it, a slingshot of gravity, and that's the only way you.
A flat Earth?
Well, either way, it's you can't fire straight up, can you, Phil? That's how rockets are designed.
So it's not a flat Earth.
What do you mean it's not a flat Earth? What do you mean it's not a flat Earth? Just because you just decided? Who are you?
The rocket
who are you,
a
Phil?
spherical Earth, right?
No, because it could be firing up at an angle to go, as I explained, it could be on the vortex of ether. You know when you've got those charity things, boxes where you... Well, listen, it's because you're too busy getting shocked and not enough busy listening. You know those charity boxes that you put a coin in and it spins around in a vortex and it goes down in like a funnel? Exactly the same thing could be happening above a flat Earth with a vortex of ether.
Okay, let Rob Keane has given a super chat. He says, "Can I speak for a minute?" Okay, Rob, go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Yeah.
Okay, we've been spending a lot of time on the subject of flying to the moon. It's all shut down real quick when we know we cannot have gas pressure without a container. How did they leave the Earth?
Who said that you can't have? What container are you talking about?
Mr. Phil Bell, show me gas without a container. And that's it.
Do you understand that it's a
Show me
gradient?
gas pressure without a container.
Do you understand that it's that the gas is just it's a gradient, don't you? Do you understand that it's a gradient?
But no, where'd you get the gradient from? Because you have to have gas pressure to have a gradient.
Do you understand that gravity causes the
I do.
gradient?
No, gravity is not a force, so gravity is not being used here. How do you have gas
what the
pressure
hell's that got to do?
without a container?
What's the hell's that got to do with anything? Saying gravity's not a force.
Well, what keeps our atmosphere here?
The gravity.
Our atmosphere. Come on,
Which
man.
gravity, Professor? Which gravity?
What do you mean, which gravity? There's just gravity.
Newtonian or Einsteinian?
Why is there a difference?
Oh yeah, big time.
Why is there a difference, Essie?
You're asking me, Professor. You know one is a pulling force and one is the bending of the conceptual fabric of space-time, Professor. You know that.
No, you don't know what you're talking
That's why
about.
I will refuse to call him Professor, because he's being disingenuous.
You don't know what you're
Was I
talking
wrong
about.
in that
Do you want me
statement,
Essie, do you
Professor?
want me to explain gravity to you?
Sure, by all means, please go ahead.
No. My question was, how do you have gas pressure like we breathe here on Earth in our lungs, which are containers? How do you have gas pressure without a container?
So I've told you that the molecules of gas have mass. They're affected by gravity, and this causes a gradient.
Then
and as you get further and further up, there's less and less of it.
Yes, Phil, I hear what you're saying, but you have to define mass and gravity for us then.
Well, okay, I was going to explain what gravity is. Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, so gravity. So basically, you have a space-time, which is the distribution of space, position, and time. Now, any object with mass that is introduced to this distribution of space and time distorts it, creates an uneven distribution of this space and time. This uneven distribution is what causes things to fall towards the objects, towards each other.
Demonstrate it for us.
This falling towards each other.
Okay, let him finish. Let him finish.
Quiet.
Let him finish.
This falling towards each other appears to you like things attract. So even though it looks like things are attracted to each other, in fact, what's happening is that this uneven distribution of the space-time causes things to fall towards each other. That looks as though they attracted to each other.
All right, that's your claim. Now prove it.
If time is conceptual, then how does it force anything to happen? It's just a
What do you mean time is conceptual?
Time is conceptual.
I just asked for a demonstration of gas pressure without a container.
There's plenty of that. Okay. All right. So if you pour, you can get yourself a beaker of SF6 and pour it onto a scale. It will register. Do you understand that?
Where would it be, that FF6? Where would it be in when you get it?
Well, you'd probably have it in a gas bottle or something
or a
like
container?
that. A beaker. You can have it in a beaker if you like.
And before you had it in the beaker, where was it? In a container?
Yeah, just like you would if you had water.
Or air.
It's a fluid,
like
all right?
Around us.
We don't need to have a physical container around us because we've got gravity doing the work. Because the Earth is huge.
But gravity is not a force, therefore it cannot contain anything, Professor.
If the Earth wasn't as big as it is, that wouldn't happen. Okay.
Let me get this
like
right.
look at Mars. Mars has lost most of its atmosphere.
Gravity is strong enough and weak enough to let all this gas go up, and then strong enough to pull it back down.
Thank you, Randy, for bringing this Professor Phil Bell onto the show to prove why I'm a flat earther.
Yeah, well, if you want to admit that you're a bit silly, that's fine with me.
Thanks
but Professor, you're using an outdated form of
said
gravity.
while trying to claim gravity.
But he's using an outdated form of gravity to begin with. He's not even using the current form.
George Muster is the publisher and editor of Scientific America these days, and he says, quote, gravity is not a force. But
good.
You can think
Who's
of it
disagreeing
as
with
you
him?
Want.
I'm not disagreeing with that.
Gravity is not a force, George.
Then how could it contain the atmosphere, Professor?
Okay, hang on, wait a minute. If it's not a force, how come? Hold on, Professor Phil.
As mass.
How come
mass is affected?
How come gravity was a force 3 years ago?
Who said it was?
Everybody.
Not. I'm an everybody. I'm one of the everybodies, and I didn't say that 3 years ago.
So you never said gravity is a force?
No.
Ever?
No.
You said today.
You just said it before, Professor, a few minutes ago.
No, I didn't.
Didn't you say it a few minutes ago, Professor?
No, I told you a few minutes ago. I told you a few minutes ago that the inclusion of mass in space-time creates a force. That I agree with.
You
So
actually
Newtonian.
said gravity holds the atmosphere down, pulls it back.
So you went to Einsteinian. From Newtonian, you went to Einsteinian then?
You know that they can complement each other, SE, right?
No, they cannot, sir.
Yes, they do.
They're in two
You
different
do-
worlds.
SE, I suggest you do learn a bit about physics, okay?
I have a question, please. I have a question. Let's say there's two balls in space with 1 meter between them, and we ask Einstein two balls, and we ask Newton what's going to happen to these two balls. Both of them will say they're going to move towards each other. I don't care about the explanation.
Yeah,
So,
correct.
Thank you.
That's exactly right.
And it's unproven. Do you have two balls? You can go out into space, put them a meter apart, and let them go and knock together.
Oh,
And
so
then
now
there's
you
the other one with the bending of the fabric of space-time.
now you drop the argument. Thank you.
Come on, Crow. You made a silly comparison there, bro. You know it.
He did it perfectly.
I killed your argument. Thank you.
Wait,
Well,
how
you
did he
can
kill
make
your argument?
A frozen pizza in space, roll out the dough, and all be solid, and be there forever. Unless you
Now
put
let-
it
now
inside.
We can
let's
talk
destroy-
about pizza now. We can talk about pizza, but not about Einstein and Newton.
Okay,
Okay.
so you have two pizzas in space. What force will act upon them? Einsteinian or Newtonian?
I don't care.
Why
They're
is there a
going to move
difference?
towards each other.
Yeah, come on. Tell us which one.
Why is there a difference?
Just tell
What
us.
difference do you
Just
know?
name one. Just
I
name
can
one.
explain to you,
Just
Professor,
just
why
name
there's a
one.
Yeah, okay, SE.
Name one.
Explain
Professor
the
Phil,
10
no.
that make up the,
Professor Phil, name
explain to me
one.
the 10 tensors that make up the that make up Einstein's field equation.
Right, just
Go.
right. No, name one. Which one would it be?
Go.
No. Answer his question. Answer his question.
Yeah, go on.
No, answer his question.
What's his question?
Ask your question
Answer
again.
mine.
Jimbo, ask your question again.
I forget it now.
You was talking about the space pizzas.
Two pizzas, which one would you use? Newton or
That was my
Einstein?
question. You have
You know that
two pizzas
anything
in
with
space,
mass will
right?
fall towards
And they,
each other,
which
right?
which force will affect them? The Newtonian or the Einsteinian?
Why is there a difference?
Just pick one and tell us which one it is.
What do you mean?
You're answering a
There's no
question.
difference, then you shouldn't mind picking one.
There is no difference. Just
Then you
gravity
shouldn't
will
mind
affect them.
picking one.
They both
Gravity will
derive
affect
to
them.
the same figure, is what he's trying to say.
Mathematically.
Mathematically,
shouldn't mind
conceptually,
picking
they're
one.
completely different ideas.
Yes. Yes.
That's
He's
the
gonna
Ben.
go into a book with figures and maths and this and that, but in reality, there is no comparison whatsoever.
Esteban Ilabanca says gravity as force. So the super chat says, hold on. The super chat says gravity as force is how we teach kids because that's how it acts according to the physics they learn. After that, we learn there's more to it. Well, what we're trying to do here is we're trying to.
Nicely said.
So we're trying to push Professor here into choosing one.
I don't have to choose one because they're the same.
Well, here's a problem for either
Okay,
of them.
okay, Ranty.
Let me say the problem
You've got
here.
red paint and
All
red
of these
paint.
orbital
Which one do you
calculations
choose?
are done for two objects and two masses. Throw in a third mass and there's absolutely no formula that anyone could ever create to calculate.
To calculate what? Sorry, I missed that completely. Go on. What isn't there a formula for?
Orbitals are calculated for two units, one orbiting the other. Throw in a third orbital into those, third object into those calculations. There is no formula.
Who
no
said?
One can calculate.
Who
Einstein,
said?
Everyone. Show me.
Who said?
Show me the formula for three objects.
Oh, no problems.
Orbiting each other.
No problems.
So where is it?
Well, I'm not going to do it now.
Oh,
I'll
it's not a problem, but you can't do it. I'll
put that on the table for you. But I
Just
want
one way to figure that you have to have your pizza with magic.
Okay, let him make his Let him make his point.
Listen for a minute. You're gonna make me take my time up to do that. I'll be happy to do that. But you have to
Hold on! Don't interrupt him.
You have to tell me that Earth is not flat after that. Do you agree with that? I come back with that.
No,
formula.
that doesn't prove
You tell
that.
me that Earth's not flat, right? That's
Wow.
the deal.
Wow, that escalated.
Didn't
I'm
it
not
just?
going to
Quite a
waste my
jump
time
there.
for nothing.
That's
You
a
have to give me
very
something
large
back.
leap.
perfect book of Blaise
Okay,
Pascal and
if you can't-
programming structure, it wouldn't make a difference. It doesn't prove that two frozen pizzas in space would all ask towards each other, either Newtonian or
yes, they would. They would.
Einsteinian
They
gravity. There's
would
no
be.
proof, then you can't prove
They
that.
don't
Not
even
for
have to
two,
be in
not
space.
for three objects.
They don't
Can
even
you
have to
go
be in
up
space.
there and leave your balls there and watch them pull together?
Any object with mass will have a gravitational field around it.
That's religious dogma over and over and over. You don't see it.
That's what you say.
So why is everything moving away from each other then? If everything should be attracting each other, why is the Earth-Moon system moving away from the Sun at 12 centimeters a year?
Because
12 foot.
The model talks about the Big Bang. That means that there was, if you like, everything has a singularity and moved apart. In other words,
how big was the singularity? How big was the singularity, Professor Phil?
I've no idea. Very, very small.
How small?
Hundredth of a human hair or something, or an
So something. So let me get this right. Something that was as small as 100th of, let's say, a human hair, created the entire universe.
Yes.
Okay.
That's the.
Makes sense to me.
Yeah, it makes absolute sense to me as well too. Yeah.
Well, it's incredibly dense, so it had the density of what the universe is, of course.
Wow. Wow.
Of course.
Of course it did.
Yeah, we say why.
Can you repeat that one more time, please?
And have you got?
That would have the density of the universe. Yeah.
That means all of our planets and everything in the galaxies and everything, we're all crunched into a thing no bigger than a fingernail.
Yep.
Something like that. Much smaller than that.
Much smaller than a fingernail.
Way smaller than that.
Oh yeah, fingernail. You could create 100 million galaxies or universes with a fingernail full of these things.
Yep.
That's God's power.
So
if you want to learn more about the model, feel free. There's plenty of stuff on it.
We know your model inside out, Professor. That's why we
No,
laugh
you
at
don't.
it, bro.
You don't know the model.
Are you outright an atheist, sir? Do you believe we have a creator?
I am not going into my personal beliefs about that.
He's not. He's not. He's not.
Well,
okay.
It's an atheist belief system.
I'm not. I'm
either God
staying
created
right out
our
of
world
religion.
through creation and His Word, or a singularity and some miracle Big Bang and evolution and life and all the rest of the lives.
Let's just presume that there was a God. Why wouldn't this God be able to make using the singularity?
Well, normally we destroy things with explosions. Even
But you tell me what stops your God? What stops your God from doing it exactly the way it happened?
which was an explosive that was used for mining and farm clearing and all kinds of stuff. So
that's not my question.
If a storm moves over a junkyard, it doesn't clean up everything and put an airplane on a nice smooth runway, fueled and ready to take off. You don't get order from chaos, and that's what you're telling us.
That's not my question. My question is, if you believe in a God, what prevents the God from creating the singularity and the Big Bang?
Why would he need to do that?
I don't know. You speak to him all the time. Why don't you ask him?
Science and man is so great and knowledgeable now that it can even say that the singularity was created by God, who shrunk everything into a little pill.
Do you speak to God? Do you speak to God? Do you speak to God?
You're speaking to His children.
Do you speak to God?
And you're speaking lies about a ball that doesn't exist.
Do you speak to God?
And forces and people living upside down diametrically.
If you had to,
my question?
People in Australia basically seeing up planes taking. Look, here's a physical thing that is absolutely.
You notice you won't even stop to answer the question, will you?
When a plane, we'll talk airplanes for 1 minute, is flying normally above the ground, the controls are programmed for that and designed for that. when you're stunt flying and you flip the plane upside down, you have to reverse your controls. You nose down to nose up, you nose up to nose down, etc. Now, if planes going to the southern hemisphere from the northern hemisphere dipped down and turned upside down when they got to Australia, they'd have to nose up to land. They don't.
Gravity!
That's where the magic. Yes, you beat
You've
me
got
to
such
it.
a childish view of this. It's hardly worth even discussing.
Okay, let me
They're landing up in Australia.
let me shout out
Your view is so childish.
Esteban Ilabanca, who says, Gleam, all it takes to debunk gravity is to show that gravimetric mineral prospecting doesn't work and does not detect ore underground. Just falsify it.
You come on the other post saying,
If you
no, I
want
was
to-
talking
if you want-
nonsense,
if you want
and I
some
cited it.
expert- If you want some expert stuff on
But I knew it better than you, Phil. That's what I was saying.
ask. It's not
The
my
light,
field, so
the
ask-
light is sorry,
ask
the
one of
light
the
is
other,
measuring the
ask one of the
acceleration.
other boffins who hang around here, like PhD Tony. Ask him.
Yeah, he's useless as well. I do find a lot of you educated folk are useless. And what
Really?
I've researched,
So
really,
You
Phil.
think the 200 students that I graduated
I
last year and the
don't care
that
about
I'll
them,
graduate
Phil.
this year would say I'm useless? Would you? Would they?
Would you say that's indoctrination, Phil?
No, wait there, Ranty. Wait there,
You're an
Ranty.
idiot, Gleam.
No, hang on. Would you say that you have any influence in that, or are these children just all brilliant children, mate? Why are you taking credit for that shit?
I generally don't call people who are 24 years old children.
Okay, well, either way, your students, are they not? Were they all stupid before they met you, and you magically
No,
made
of
them
course not.
brilliant? No, they're
they usually
people,
have their
Phil,
A
and you
levels by
didn't.
the time they come to
You may have helped them towards them. You may have answered a few questions and guided them towards them, but don't take any credit away from them, mate. 99% of their skills, of those qualifications going through, it's nothing to do with you, Phil. It could be a bill there, and they'd still pass, mate.
No, they wouldn't. They would not.
You have
And many
a
don't.
lack of confidence in our young people, mate.
And many don't pass.
I'm appreciative to all of my professors.
Well, either way, in my experience, Professor Phil, you are useless. You are thriving. You are thriving the flat Earth. Yeah, you are thriving the flat Earth. Because
Yeah, that's
exactly
what you
that.
say, Gleam.
The
Gleam,
flat earthers
you
are quoting.
Gleam,
Listen,
you
no, wait
already
there. Why do you
don't
keep
know-
on having to interrupt me?
Don't even know, Gleam.
Okay. Please let Gleam make his point. Please
Talking about Gleam. Do you even know how to tie your own bloody shoelaces?
hold your
Yes, I do.
horses.
Considering I'm an SQL programmer and data analyst that would data analyze the shit out of your work, mate.
And
I have
really
done.
helps you to understand physics, does it?
Yes, because I've looked at your physics that you're saying things like
And you
us
don't
globe.
understand
No, can you not
everything
cut
that
me
you
off,
read,
mate?
Gleam.
Can you not cut me off, or is that am I really a threat?
Yeah,
am I this much of a threat?
Professor Phil, can you just let him make his points, and then you'll get a chance to respond?
You're stupid. I can't be bothered.
Okay, but if you let him at least get his point over to
That
the
is
audience,
exactly what
then you
I'm
can
trying
debunk
to
him.
put
How's that? Yeah? So if you let him get his point across, the audience will understand it, then you can rip it to shreds. How's that? Yeah? Go ahead, Gleam.
Okay, on his channel recently he's done this series and he says us globe earthers have never said we get something from nothing. Yet there is this famous physicist called Lawrence Krauss who's just been doing a campaign since 1990 summit called Something from Nothing, where something all came from nothing. And you are communicating completely the opposite to what the mainstream are communicating. That's why I'm calling you useless to me, because I'm looking at the mainstream, I'm looking at you, you're disagreeing with the mainstream who you're supposed to be defending, and then I'm saying, what? Why is somebody defending the globe lying?
Why
and
should
then I say to myself,
why should I care? Why should I have to agree with what Krauss says?
who says
Why
you
should I
should
have
have
to
to
agree
agree?
with that?
You're here promoting his theory, aren't you?
No, I'm not.
Okay, inflationary theory is not a thing in
It's
Big
not
Bang
his
model.
theory.
No, but he was part and parcel of the team that discovered
but
dark energy. I mean, Adam Rice and all that lot won the Nobel Prize, but he was part of the team, as he so proudly claims.
I'm not here to defend any physicist, okay?
I'm here to find out the truth.
I have my own views about stuff.
Either way, your own personal views are not running with the mainstream view then of the Big Bang Theory. But you're in here saying the Big Bang is this, that, and the other. I should know. You should look into it.
I'm not saying anything.
I'm telling you about it.
Carefully said model, okay?
Well, either way, I've looked into that model, Phil, and they are telling me that something did come from nothing. That there are these little particles popping in and out of existence.
That's one of Krauss's. He's a theoretical physicist.
I'm sorry, but that is the whole of quantum electrodynamics. Virtual particles was a Dirac, Feynman, Wheeler.
You just plucked that little word salad just out there. Which
Not at all. That is solid science, mate. That is solid science. Quantum electrodynamics is solid science. And that's what he's on about.
And Earth being a sphere is also solid science.
So you think? Yeah, I'm trying to decipher that. But what I'm getting from you is, Lee, I'm going to tell you lies. Yeah, even though it disagrees with the mainstream, no matter what you tell me,
do you know what a lie means?
Yes, it's deceptive. It's
Can we have Gleam? Can we have Gleam complete a sentence without Phil interrupting one time?
He can't have me. He can't have me getting my point out because he knows. He knows I've got a point.
You're just so basically annoying. All right.
Because I've got a point. That's what it is, Phil.
Okay, so please let him finish his point.
I don't have a point.
Please
let a whole bunch of word salad.
Well, he's using the point to just let him finish his point. Just let him finish it. Go on, go ahead, Gleam.
The point is, you're a science communicator on the debate. You're saying one thing. Flat earthers are looking at your channel and going, "Oh, globe earthers are not saying something from nothing," according to Professor Phil. However, for the past 4 or 5 years, I've been in on the scene listening about this dark energy. This other guy called Lawrence Krauss is from Harvard. And yes, he's a theoretical physicist, but he's been doing these talks all around the US in all God knows what universities, all blatantly saying something did come from nothing. So there's a disconnect there, Phil. Where if I was on the fence and I'm looking at that and I'm saying, well, wait there, people defending the globe are lying about their own theory. Why are they doing that? I know. I'd go towards the flat earth. And that's why I say that it's the likes of you who are promoting the flat earth.
You think because one person says the creation of the universe could be because it started from a singularity, which most people say, and someone else says because it started from nothing, someone else says that, therefore Earth is flat. That's flat Earth logic for you, right there.
Am I a flat earther, Phil?
Obviously.
Well, then you don't know me, Phil, because I'm a Mac earther, and I've just said that people could have landed on the moon.
I've heard that nonsense before, okay? But you...
I know, so you're now deciding my belief system to suit you because I'm too scary with my actual belief system.
You're not scary, you're annoying.
I must be. I must be scary because you are saying... Scary? Why must I be a flat earther then? When to prove the flat earth model goes completely against my belief system as a Mac earther.
What is scary about you, Glenn?
Well, why do you need to change my belief? Why can't you accept my belief for what I tell you? That I'm not a flat earther, that I'm a Mac earther.
Because you continuously defending flat earth. That's why.
No. What am I continuously defending? Lies. I'm pointing out lies.
I know many flat earthers are ashamed to say that they think the earth is flat. Okay.
Cool story, bro.
He's just saying that he's pointed out lies.
Yeah, I'm pointing out lies from either side.
Pointing out lies. You don't have to think the earth is flat, not like liars.
You know, a question like how can you have gas without a container? It's not heresy.
I've already answered that question.
You've answered
and it has nothing to do with shape either, by the way.
So
I answered the question about gas without a container.
Your way to your belief system, and it's wrong. period.
I've already answered your question.
And you're all in a tizzy because people won't accept the dogma anymore.
So
Shout out to
how
Randy's
far?
viewers.
So how
170
far is this
already.
container away?
60,000 miles.
Professor, is the
Is
Earth
that right,
open
Lou?
or closed or isolated system?
Shout out to my 170 watchers. Woohoo! Getting back to where we were before. That's what we need. I think the record's 280, but 170, I'll settle for that after what it's been recently.
Yeah, and that's what I think the
Okay,
dome is.
so Glenn, so
We all
I'm
have
just
different
trying to-
things.
All right, so great. Now I'm okay. Great, I can quote you on that. Good. So it's 60,000 miles, right?
Yes.
Okay, so Glenn, what shape is this dome?
You really just asked what shape a dome is.
What shape is the dome?
Yeah, because I mean,
What shape is a triangle?
It could be perfectly.
It's an egg
circular
shape.
or,
There we go. It's an egg shape. Look, come on, like the V-dick.
Okay, is that what you're contending?
That's what I'm giving you. That's what I'm giving you based on Steve Torrance's model. Yes.
Okay, so if it's, so would you say that the radius therefore is the same as the radius from the top to halfway down is the same as from halfway to the edge, 60,000 miles?
No, the circumference of the ice wall is 60,000 miles as well.
So there's an ice wall. Okay, I'm trying to get a picture.
How long
of
have you
what
been in
think
this
the Earth
scene?
is.
Because
the
I
Earth
showed
is-
you the paper on the ice wall 2 years ago.
So therefore, you do agree the Earth is flat then?
No. Who said that the Earth is flat?
So is Antarctica
Can ice
a
only
continent,
exist in a flat Earth?
or does it go around the rim of this Earth of yours?
Does water curve, Professor Phil?
I'm trying to get your.
Does water curve?
Phil,
Does
you're
water
asking me for
curve?
the flat Earth model, and then you're pinning me to it.
Yeah, but
I'm
you're
giving
the
you
one who
answers
said-
that you haven't got,
I've
mate.
pinned you to the container being 60,000 miles. Now we're
Yes.
working from there. Okay.
Yes, that's Steve
All right, so-
Torrance's model. So, have you looked at Steve Torrance's model at all? Gleam hasn't got a model. I've just told you that. I don't know what it is.
Gleam's, so you just now you're changing your mind. You don't know if it's 60,000.
I've always said I don't know. You are changing my mind.
60,000. You just blocked that
No,
out.
that is the model from Steve Torrance. I'm citing someone. Did you not just hear me say that's Steve Torrance's model?
Do you agree with it?
That is the flat Earth model. What more do you want?
No, I want to know.
If I agreed with
wanna
it,
know
I'd
if
be
you
a flat
agree.
earther. What this desperation for me to be a flat earther, Phil? Come on, let's get this out.
No, I want to know.
Do you need me to be a flat earther? Do you need me?
Straight up. I asked you straight up. how
You didn't.
far is the
You're
container,
faffing.
And you said 60,000 miles.
Yes.
Now I want to work from there.
You know,
Yes.
it's like one of those words. I'm not a flat earther. I'm a person who knows that water's level and the Earth is basically flat. But that does not make me a flat earther. Flat earther is one of those names, like, you know, changing body art to tattoo. You know, it's like the N word. I don't adopt it. Anyone who does.
It's like saying someone who
if
doesn't like
anyone
homosexuals is
adopted
a
it
homophobic.
For the dear professor here, then he gets dismissed automatically as a flat earth kook. That's what he wants. That way he doesn't have to be challenged by your genuine questions.
Exactly.
Why rockets don't
No,
work.
I'm the one with some genuine questions. You see, because once we agree,
They're not genuine though, Phil. Or you would have found this out.
Once you say the container is 60,000 miles, that gives us a lot of stuff to be able to work back to.
Yeah, but Phil, Steve Torrance designed his model in 2016, mate. 4 years ago. You've been on the scene for at least a year and a half, 2 years. Why haven't you even found that model when I've cited to you? Why have you not even looked at it? You're not interested, are you?
Professor Bell, I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm sorry. I have to
models
interrupt.
around.
Most flat earthers nowadays don't know Steve Torrance, from my experience.
Sure.
It's very
I
bad.
have no clue who it is.
Sure. Dr. Zach. If I said Dr. Zach, you would know.
Decimal V?
Yeah.
Of course I know him.
Decimal
No
V.
idea. Who the hell is that?
He was one of the exactly. He was 5 years ago. Put it that way. 5 years ago, he'd done a model. Yeah, with Steve Torrance. Steve Torrance made the model. Dr. Zach was the narrator of all the videos. Okay, if you would have researched that, Professor Phil, you would understand, and you wouldn't be here asking me basic questions.
No, I'm asking you what you think, Gleam.
I've told you what I think. I don't know, but to progress the conversation along, I'm giving you the figures that the flat earthers have figured
How
out.
can you make all your assertions, Gleam, if you basically are saying every time I ask you a question you don't know?
Because that's being honest.
Assertions either. Yeah, he's being honest. They're not his assertions.
So yeah,
And-
you're
and
saying it's
what's
not
so hard
this,
to understand
but
about
I don't know. What it is.
I don't know how far the moon is, or whether it's made of cheese, camembert, Swiss.
And he doesn't have to know to say that
Honest
you're
answer,
wrong.
I don't know, and you won't move on from an I don't know.
No,
you want to pin him to saying something like I'm a flat earther, and then discredit everything thereafter. Move on, get with it. He's not going to.
So are you a flat earther or not? Are you a flat earther or not?
At least you're getting to the point. He said no.
No, are you a flat earther or not?
No, I know the Earth is basically flat and water finds level. And
well, if you say if you know the Earth is flat, then you're a flat earther.
People don't know.
Okay, right, Professor Phil.
I'm not a flat earther. I'm a person who knows the Earth is flat.
Okay.
No way a flat earther.
Professor Phil, is water
You can be.
Hold on.
Ranty, let's try you. Ranty, is the
Yeah.
Earth flat?
Water finds its level, Professor Phil. I would class myself as a flat earther, yeah.
Yeah, excellent. Now there is an honest person who says yes.
What the hell? So saying I don't know is not honest.
I know the Earth is flat. Water finds level. Planes
Good.
don't
So you're a
land
flat
up.
earther.
In Australia, pilots aren't trained as stunt pilots to land up.
So you're a flat earther.
No.
So why am I untruthful?
So
you think the Earth is flat, but you're not a flat earther.
Idiots. Because
what's the difference between a person who thinks the Earth is flat
like
and a flat earther?
Or whatever. I don't adhere to that. I don't play those
Why
name
can't
games.
you just say you're a flat earther like Randy?
Because I'm
Well,
not
why don't we
earther.
just stick to? Why don't we
can't
actually
you
just
accept
stick?
that?
Why don't we just stick to the idea itself and say it is flat?
Okay, Professor Phil.
What I call myself.
Right. Okay, Professor Phil. Tell me, does water curve?
Of course.
It does. So it doesn't find its level then?
Water is never flat.
So it's not level?
Do you know what level means, Ranty?
Is it level or is it flat?
The same distance from the center of Earth.
What about horizontal?
Horizontal is flat, in my view anyway.
So it's not curved then?
Can you show me some
Horizontal
curving
would
water, Phil?
Would be flat.
Can you
okay?
just give me a shot of some curving water?
We could probably talk about horizontal and flat at the same. And flat can be in different. Horizontal is flat in a certain way.
Now
in other words,
now you're talking.
Across.
Now you're talking. Yep.
Okay.
But flat could be in. Flat could
It's
be in
pretty
many
much the foundational standard for flat and horizontal, right?
Okay, so flat could be in many, but level is something else.
Is water level? Randy asked you.
Yeah, water would be level with the Earth. Yes.
So you think it curves?
Someone take over.
So you think it curves?
In other words, the surface of the Earth is all over the Earth is at the same level, and well, it's not exactly at the same level, but on average, and it's the same distance from the surface to the same distance from the surface to the center of Earth. That's what level basically means.
So you're saying that water is flat based upon that distance, right?
Water's never flat.
Well, it's calculated.
Can you show me the curve? Can you show me water curving?
Yes. Could you show us water curving?
Go out to the beach and look at a ship go over the horizon.
Okay. Impossible. Yeah.
No. I said, can you show me? First of all, I said, can you show me? But okay.
I will happily. I will happily debate anybody on that.
I can hold you a little hand and take you to the beach and show you the ship going over the horizon.
No, you wouldn't.
It's impossible.
Yes, people do it all the time.
If you could, Phil,
no, they don't.
If you could, Phil, you would not be here. You would
need a
walked
camera.
away from this argument 3 years
yes,
ago.
Gleam, you need a camera. Yes, correct.
Too long.
Phil.
So what happens, Professor Phil, when we see, let's say we've got some wind turbines and they're a set distance away, and we know that the horizon should be at, let's say, a couple of miles away, but we can see the base of these turbines, and there is water beyond them, and let's suppose that this turbine is, let's say, at least 10 miles away. So how does that play out when you're trying to work out the dimensions of the supposed sphere?
And
Well,
let's keep
if
in
you-
mind
if-
that when it
if you
came to
did
the
see
moon,
something
Phil,
like that-
Phil, you admitted when it
Hold
came
on,
to
just
the
let
moon,
him-
where Ranty asked you the horizon on the moon, you said, I'm not an expert in photography. Okay, you did say that.
So if you see something like that, Ranty, then you can bet your bottom dollar it's going to be refraction.
Side note too, sea level is not measured from the center of the Earth. Thank you.
Exactly.
Okay, so have you got any proof of this refraction there, Phil, that creates this black swan event?
There's plenty of science in the science of refraction. So you can look up Snell's law, look up Rayleigh. There's plenty of science done on refraction.
So can you?
You're welcome to go and look it up.
Yeah, we do look it up, Professor Phil. This is what
anybody can look at words.
Okay,
Yeah.
so
Do you have anything that's
so
actually
what you're talking
practical?
about first is called looming. Okay, looming and towering.
Yes. So what is looming, Professor Phil?
So looming and towering is when light rays that are bouncing back off the object is bent, and it looks to all the world like it's straight ahead to you, but in fact you're looking at it over a curve.
So
light bounces.
So hold on, wait a minute. So what's the difference between towering and looming?
Well, so towering is stretching of that rather than just lifting it, if you like, in layman's terms.
Okay, so lifting what from what?
So in other words, you can instead of just the object appearing to come up higher than it actually is, it also stretches.
So it doesn't cut. So looming isn't from behind an Earth curve then?
Oh yes, it is.
Oh right, okay. So the horizon will always be in front of the object then, in that case.
The actual horizon would be, but because you are because you're able to see further because of the looming, then you are actually looking at a horizon even much further away.
But why would that happen, Professor Phil? Why would the horizon not rise up too?
Because of refraction, the temperature gradient.
Yeah, but the water would rise up too. Everything gets refracted. It's not just
Yes,
the
it
thing.
does. Everything does, including the water. That's why it appears to you like the horizon is much further away than you'd expect it to be on a sphere.
Yeah, but the object that's actually behind the real horizon would still appear behind the even refracted horizon, correct?
No, because the water behind it would also loom up. So it would look to you like it would look to you like the object is closer than it actually is.
So it would. So you're basically turning a globe into a flat plane.
It would look
Pretty
closer or higher. Which one?
Now let me invert that though and say, you know when you took us. Sorry, when you took us to the beach and you saw that ship disappearing bottom up. Why is that not sinking then? Why is that not sinking on a flat Earth?
What do you mean not sinking? The ship's not sinking. I hope not.
No, you just said you can go to any
Yeah,
beach
okay,
and
hold
you
on.
can see.
Hold on, Glenn, one sec. So you don't know what sinking is, Professor Phil?
Yes, I do.
What is
That's
sinking?
when it goes the other way.
Can you explain that, what it is?
Okay, so this is when light bends in the other direction. Looming is one way, so that you can say it goes up. Sinking causes things to go down, if you like.
Okay, carry on, Glenn.
So in other words, the temperature inversion is the other way.
Okay, Glenn, carry on your line of question. I was just making sure that he was aware of that.
Object.
Yeah, it was just when you're taking us down the beach, we see the ship disappear bottom up. Why is that not sinking?
Okay, because first of all, on any day that you go, regardless of its conditions, most days, if you like, 99% of the time, you'll see that the ship will go over the horizon like that. Okay, so you would have to assume that your
So it's always
conditions
sinking.
for sinking, your rare conditions for sinking.
Oh, it's
happens
rare
every single day.
Yeah. And
Okay,
same way with
certainly
your rare
over water, I
rare
guarantee that.
lumen
In fact, it's
happens
rare,
every
if
day.
at all possible, even over water.
Same with lumen, obviously, because it's the inverse, no?
Yeah, looming is not something that happens every day as well. Yes,
Yeah.
more than likely, if you went to the beach,
So they're
you
equal,
just
really,
simply see,
Phil.
Stop booting around the bush. More than likely, if you went to the beach,
Me
you would
being
see the
around
ship
the
go over the horizon, 3 miles away or whatever the amount is.
Yeah, but
this
that's
guy's this guy's talking to folks with between Ranty, SE, Travis, with over 12 years experience here, right?
Yeah. You see,
Looming only happens around
12
miles,
years,
right?
doing what?
Okay, so Professor Phil, you've just made a claim there that you would say that the majority of days, you should see these boats disappear at 3 miles if you're 6 foot in elevation. Except in my location, I never see that. In my location, it's normally about 8 to 10 miles away before we start to see any bottom-up obstruction. Why do you think that is, Professor Phil?
Tell me about the temperature conditions in your location.
Why would that make any difference? You've just said that.
Well, it does, because
yeah,
the
but
temperature gradient causes light refraction.
But if you're gonna change it to location, shouldn't there be a refraction calculator for location then, as opposed to temperature?
There would be, if you knew what the temperature gradient was there, you'd be able to calculate it back. Yeah.
The temperature gradient, funnily enough, would give you sinking on a flat plane, and it would give you looming on a globe.
That's quite often true because the sinking usually happens when it's hot when it's hotter next to the surface and cooler further up, whereas looming, I believe, is the other way around, cooler near the surface and hotter further up.
Okay, so
that inversion.
So where's the warmest place in general? Hello, Professor Phil.
Okay. Yeah. Well, I'm here.
So where's the warmest place? Sea level?
I don't know what the temperature is in your area. Okay. Go get me some data, and then we'll look at it.
It's just average every day, nice and warm. Warm in summer, cool in winter. My question to you,
are interested in the truth you told me,
Professor Phil. If you listen, I've done this research for the past 3.5-4 years, so you're talking to somebody.
Did you get some values on the temperature,
Professor Phil? Yes, I did. But my question is still the same to you. You said that in general, you will have a boat that disappears at 3 miles, and I've said to you that
yes,
9.5 times out of 10, if not more, that I go down to the beach and I'm at 6 foot observer height, I will still see a boat in its entirety at 8 to 10 miles away. My question to you is, why is that? And your question was, what's your temperature profile?
I'm just telling you what's generally known. It's that would not be the case.
Would it have anything to do with the topography of the land underneath the water?
No.
Yes, it would.
No, it wouldn't.
Yes, it would.
Yes, it would.
Yeah.
Yes, it would. That's why when you look across lakes, you could watch a lake. You could watch a rowing boat on a lake, 6 foot observer height. You will still see that boat at 3 miles. You'll still see it at 4 miles and 5 miles, Professor Phil.
No, the surface of the Earth, the surface of the water, will conform to the shape of the Earth.
Which it doesn't. That's what we're saying, Professor Phil. No.
You can nut up as much as you like, Ranty.
This is just research, Phil. We've done it. You haven't.
No, you haven't done any research other than going around your beach making a take.
Just nutter it then.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, just the fact.
Exactly
listen,
what Phil is doing. He's
yeah,
not
exactly.
lying, and he doesn't like it.
Yeah.
You're doing it.
I've got primary evidence that's much better than your beach stuff. Okay?
What's your primary evidence, then, Phil?
Actual photographs from the Earth. Actual photographs from the Earth from space.
Show us it then, Professor Phil. Show us these real photos.
Yourself, so you know that they're
why don't you
photographs
just
from
say
space?
Earth from space and hit images? You'll see how many there are.
Which one? Which composite one should we look for?
You took them yourself with your camera.
Which composite one should we go to look at?
I think Ranty's images of objects being obstructed are pretty good.
Let me get
Here's the second
That's
team.
just overlapping.
Let me get your link and I'll put it in the chat for you.
Well, put it this way, Phil. You got me a link, and you showed me your primary evidence of a globe was this camera, this GoPro strapped to a rocket, and then when it got
I don't know
high
what
altitude.
GoPro you're talking about.
Because you didn't even know that GoPros are on the side of rockets. That's why.
These cameras are not on the side of the rockets. These cameras are actually in the payload.
Well, either way, you showed me a flat horizon from high altitude, and then it inverted.
I'd love to make that to go down that one with you, Glenn, because that means you're admitting that must be the edge of the Earth.
No, I'm admitting that it's a
What is
GoPro
it?
camera that bends
Yeah, and you
the
can see
horizon.
the edge, right? Gleam, and you can see the edge, right?
No, you can't, because you're limited to only about 2% of
there's blue
Earth, Phil.
stuff. Gleam, don't
get angry. What are you getting angry for, mate?
Gleam, there's blue stuff and black stuff.
Yes.
The edge is I'm talking about that.
No, the blue stuff is the aerosols. Yeah, you can't see a hard edge from above a mile. Come on. Burren and Fraser done a paper on that in '83.
The black stuff is space, Gleam.
Yeah, it's aerosols. There's aerosols in that blue stuff, no? Or yes? Is there atmosphere there that is blurring your view so you can't see a hard horizon?
You don't need to see a hard horizon.
Yeah, because it's got an atmosphere.
I'm not talking to
Gleam.
you, Negative. Shut up.
Well, you're
It's got an atmosphere, Gleam.
Nonsense.
Okay,
If you
I'm
got
gonna give you the link.
if you got a centimetre's worth of just fade, you cannot make out a hard horizon, so you don't know where it is in that centimetre. So stop blagging me and stop giving me rubbish. Right? Tell me why was it? Listen, why was it curved like a globe, then flat as it got higher, and then inverted like concave Earth as it got higher? Why is that your primary evidence that Earth is a globe when it changes shape?
I'm going to put one of them on the.
Okay, so you're not going to.
So are you going to put a still frame, or are you going to put a part of the video that we can actually watch?
I'll put a video.
So
I don't suggest you do it because you'll probably get a copyright strike.
yeah, is it going to do what Gleam said? Is it going to invert, be concave 1 minute? Is it? Oh, it's not. It's not going to be flat either.
It's going to.
Well, he's changed the video,
Obviously spherical.
Obviously
I'll put a couple of them on so that you can get some different. These ones that I personally have to do with have something to do with.
From what altitude are they then, Phil?
509 meters.
Meters?
Yeah, kilometers. Sorry.
Oh.
Where are you posting these?
So up near the ISS.
Yeah, there's plenty of footage using non-fisheye lenses showing curvature Gleam that doesn't invert. You know that.
Yes, I know that, which is why I mentioned the aerosols, but you don't know that in your mind, because your mind can't handle that it's not a solid, hard horizon, as science says. Above a mile, you cannot see the hard horizon. It's aerosols.
It's not relevant. Still curved. Harder.
It is. If you're telling me I can work out that it's curved because I can see a hard horizon, when you physically cannot see a hard horizon, you have got delusions, son.
Here comes the next one. Have a look at this one as well, right?
Yeah, we're not saying that. You don't need a 100% hard horizon to discern a curve.
You don't, because you've got imagination.
Both of these.
Why not negate it?
Right. Okay. Listen. Hold on, guys. Where are you putting these videos, Phil?
In the chat.
Which chat?
General.
Your chat. Right. Oh, okay. On YouTube.
Oh, on you? Hey, you can't post them onto YouTube unless you're posting it in on the comments section. Can you post it in the? Can you post it in the on my server in the general text chats?
All right. Server general. Okay.
Yeah, left a couple still shots in general chat as well that aren't inverting around the center.
Yeah. I'll just mute myself for a minute while I just get this sorted out for you, okay? Good thing I haven't got much on today.
Gleam, are you talking about the haze that make us unable to distinguish the exact horizon?
Yes.
Yeah, so is there any way to figure out where's the horizon?
No.
So is there a way to get a hint if the horizon is so far from what we see or so close?
You can make a guess based on your model, yes.
No, I'm not talking about models. I'm saying when I'm standing in fog, I can see only like few meters ahead of me. But there's gradient. I can see that things look a little bit white. But if I see the sea or the ocean is so blue, 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 blue until the end, then most probably the haze is not enough to change the location that much.
It is. Can I show you and prove you wrong?
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, if you can just bear with me, I'm just booting up Photoshop. I'm gonna share. Okay. Right, give me a second. Here we go. Screen, share, go live. Can you see that? That horizon line?
Well, I see it, yep.
Can you see it, Crow?
Yeah.
Yep, so we're talking a real hard horizon line there, and you're saying, okay, can we discern that is the sky and that is the sea? Yeah? Am I getting the story before I reveal why you can't tell that? Yeah, is that the correct story though, Crow? That you're basically saying?
the idea.
Yeah, we can see the darkness, we can see the lightness. Now if I zoom out, you see that?
Nice one, Gleam. Nice one.
Yeah.
So that horizon is way back here somewhere.
Yeah, really, we're looking into fog.
Well,
Is it
hold on,
though?
hold on.
That sounds like an assertion that you're making.
No, it's not an assertion.
You are zooming in an image, and you.
It's a logical interpretation.
So where's the bottom of the boat, Negator? Idiot.
Negator is panicking.
Well, no, he's literally just making an assertion, right? You guys are laughing, but he has zero evidence of his actual.
Okay.
It's a
well, I just
logical
cited two scientists.
interpretation. It's a logical interpretation.
Gleam, if you hide a portion of a picture and you
Okay,
hold on.
the horizon?
I got a question for you, Neg. Okay, so you've just made a claim. Let's suppose it's pretty foggy outside and you step outside your door and you've got a visibility of, let's say, I don't know, 100 meters. Do you think the horizon is going to be where it should be on your model from your perspective? Would you be able to see that horizon?
The bottom line here is that both Phil and myself have linked images.
Yeah, hold on.
I'm not answering the question.
Yeah, what's the point in linking the images if you don't know about what's in those images?
I don't know, Bob. You tell me why I linked what he said doesn't exist, and none of you have commented on it.
I have already.
Answer his question.
Okay, let me just.
I mean, he could ask me like the letters of the alphabet. It would just be a huge waste of time, right?
So
yeah, but he's not wasting time. He's asking you something valid.
That question, right?
So if you can't physically see more than 100 meters in any direction, you've got a field of view of 100 meters. Where's your horizon going to be? Is it going to be where the geometric curve is, or is it going to be much lower down?
I don't know. You tell me.
Well, seeing as you are incapable of processing that information, I will tell you, it will not be where the geometric curve should be in your model. In fact, you will have to be looking down.
What does that change about the obviously curved horizon we get at altitude using
Well, this is what Gleam's going to just about discuss it with you. Yeah, he's just about.
Here we go. Let me just
to hit you with it.
This is Thule Scientific. I don't know whether you know this guy called David K. Lynch. He's probably one of the oldest flat Earth debunkers there is. Mates with what's his name? Andrew, the guy who does the refraction. Yep. He's best mates with him.
Thomas Young.
Okay, so hopefully this citation for you Globers will be good enough. What do we mean by horizon? Usually we mean the apparent boundary between sea and sky or distant landscape and sky. But Bowen and Fraser showed that an observer with an altitude greater than 1 mile cannot see the hard Earth's horizon, i.e. the line of sight tangent point. Rayleigh scattering and scattering by aerosols usually reduce the height to less than 1 mile. Okay? So I'm citing science here that you cannot...
What's the point? What point do you think?
The point I'm making is you're saying that horizon that I've just imagined up is real.
Okay. What's the definition of horizon?
The apparent boundary between the sea and sky, according to these scientists. Have you got a different definition?
Well, that's what we see in these images that Phil and I just linked.
Are they apparent or are they real?
It meets the definition of horizon, doesn't it?
Are they apparent or are they real? Was the question.
Are those
Why
horizons?
doesn't it matter? Because if it's apparent, it could be in a different location. No,
that still doesn't explain why it's curved at altitude.
it does, because you're actually looking through more aerosols, looking directly ahead than you are to the side. You didn't think of that because you're too stupid. You've just gone, oh, I've squashed a photo, it's shown us curve.
Stupid. No, Gleam, he's not stupid.
Yeah.
He's being disingenuous.
They need to show us how aerosols curve.
No, we have you have a field of view, Negator. You have a field of view, Negator.
We don't have to curve anything.
Negator, if you
It's the same in every direction.
hold on, no, it's not. Why would you think that?
I've just proven it. I've just proven it with that fog. I've just proven it.
Negator.
There's fog in my images at 120,000.
Yes, it's called aerosols. Yes, the horizon is always obscured by aerosols, as quoted and cited by scientists. If you've got more scientists that done better tests that said no, we can actually see that, then show me now or shut the up.
I mean, I don't need to show you anything because you haven't made an actual point about why the horizon.
Oh, okay. So why did I mention aerosols then?
You haven't expounded upon that. That's your job.
So you didn't hear me just say that you're looking through more aerosol straight ahead than less on each side.
So less? How is it less on each side? What does that mean? Because it's the same distance to the horizon regardless of direction, right? Which means you're looking at the same amount.
Incorrect.
No,
Incorrect.
That's not true.
No, that's not true.
Oh.
Yes, it is.
Aerosols.
Right, let me listen. I've got a couple of super chats.
We've just
guys.
established that
have a
with
think.
that fog.
Hold on, guys. Have a think. Right, I've got a couple of super chats to shout out. So one we got Ron from Rokeen who wants to shout out Cleary and Domesticated Primate. So shout out to them two guys. And we have from Windrider who says, if the Earth is spinning at 1,000 miles an hour, wouldn't your mass fly off? And can viruses keep up with the Earth's spin? LOL. What do you think about that? Can viruses keep up with the Earth spin?
Once in 24 hours. That's real fast.
Right, listen, back to the topic at hand. I mean, if let's do some calculations here, Professor Phil, because obviously Negator's not going to answer very many questions.
I gave you the links.
Okay, wonderful. So let's suppose we lived on a square. Okay, so I'm going to put us on a square now. Doesn't necessarily mean that I agree with that theory, but I'm just going to say that we're on a square, right? So we're on a square, and let's say you're at the centre of the square, and it's
Share your screen, Ranty.
100 miles either way. Sorry, share my screen.
Yeah, sorry,
You're
were you
at
drawing
the centre
it?
of a square.
No, I'm not.
Going 100 miles everywhere, right?
Yeah, so
therefore,
but you only have a field of view. You only have a field of view of 5 miles, right? You can only see for 5 miles. That's the furthest your observable distance is. Would it give you a square, Phil, or would it give you a circle?
you would see a circle, wouldn't you?
Yes, you would.
Yeah.
So if you took a snapshot of that circle, or that half of a circle, or that quarter of a circle, let's just do a quarter, right? So you've got a camera, and you've taken an image of a horizon that you can see, and you're on a flat plane because it's a square. It's just a very big square, but you've only got a field of view of 5 miles. So you take a snap of that circle, and then you squish it, you compress it, you squish it. What's it going to do? Is it going to squish to? Is it going to squish to a level, or is it going to squish to a curve?
If you're looking at it, if we're on a flat surface, that's what you said, and it's square.
Yeah. But we're seeing in a circle.
Image, it would still be flat.
No, it wouldn't. Oh no, it wouldn't, Professor Phil. Oh no, it wouldn't.
If you looked around.
Oh no, it wouldn't.
Can we get a demonstration?
Yes, it would.
Can we get a demonstration, Ranty?
Well, we could. Let me do it tomorrow.
To the same standard I hold these retards to.
Yeah. So like I'm saying, Professor Phil, you are seeing in a circle, and you're taking a snapshot of say a third of that circle. So you're seeing for 120 degrees, and just because we're on a flat surface, you think that the line would squish to being flat?
Why wouldn't it?
Imagine yourself on a record plate, record. Yeah, be an inch high. So you're a Lego figure in the middle of a 12-inch record. You can see a circle all around you, but because you're not directly in line with that circle, as in perpendicular to it, you are slightly up above the surface. Even though you're seeing in a circle, the edge of the horizon will appear to bow down left and right because you're actually looking down now an ellipse, let's say, or half the circle.
Of course you are.
Half the record.
Of course you are. Because you're not taking the drawing from the flat plane on the centre, because your observer height will always be higher. Doesn't matter even if it's only a quarter of 1/10 of 1 degree.
You're trying to make. What's the actual point you're trying to make?
I want you to just answer the question.
Cut to the chase.
Cut
to the chase.
I just want you to answer the question.
I can't see inside your foggy mind. So just
because there is no point. It's just a very mathematical question, Professor Phil. Something that
no maths in there at all.
Somebody of your elevated standards. Somebody of your elevated. Hold on. All right. Okay. So you're a 10-foot observer, or what? Let's say 6-foot observer. You can see 5 miles. You're seeing in the circle, and you're actually 6 feet off the ground in the centre. Would you see in a circle? Would you once you take an image of that 120 degrees? Would it squish to flat, or would it squish to being slightly curved?
I don't know. Looks like it to me. Just thinking about it, I would say that if I was looking at a horizon, and the horizon looked like it was like it was flat to me because I'm small compared to the Earth.
Can I show a demonstration?
And then you compress that image, it would still look flat.
Please, Gleam.
Go ahead,
so
Gleam.
we've got a circle. We're right in the middle of this circle. This is our limit of view, by the way, not the flat Earth. The flat Earth extends many miles beyond. This is just as far as we can see.
The Earth's flat, Gleam?
Hang on. Why do you have to distract like that? So what Ranty's saying is anytime that you look at an angle, if you're in the middle here, yeah, you're going to be looking at this like an ellipse. Yeah, so you're looking at an angle, and these corners, your limits of view are bending down, curving to appear like a ball.
Is it leaking?
Oh, we got a leak.
Do you understand that?
No, I'm looking at it horizontally, I presume is what my mind, the way I am interpreting what you're saying is that I'm standing, let's say, on a beach looking at the horizon, okay? I take a picture of the horizon and then I compress it.
Yeah, the problem here, Gleam, is that this would require that we see all of the land masses between us and the edge of the flat Earth, and we don't see that.
No, I'm just talking about over water right now. I'm talking about water right now. So you're looking over water, you stood at the beach.
Your question doesn't make any sense.
It makes absolute sense. To flat Earth as it does. To globe Earth as it wouldn't.
Lots of silly stuff makes sense to flat Earthers.
Yeah, that's because we're not trying to lead you into tricky questions here. We're just trying to let you process logic and reason. And this is a logic and reason
you don't have
assessment.
An ounce of logic.
This is a logic and reason assessment that we're actually putting out there to you. Something that you've not been. Hold
I'll do
on.
a demonstration
Something that
of
you've
it,
not
bro.
been. Hold on. Something that you've not been taught and something that you've not been trained. We're actually asking you to think outside the box and use your little grey noggins. Something that's in there that everyone else can actually do. Right. So just because you've not been taught this doesn't mean. Just
An
no.
flathead tells me to use my brain.
Yes,
Really?
Professor Phil. Yes, because if
Yes.
you can't process this concept, then that tells me that
You're
everything
funny
that
as well.
everything that you have
well.
everything that you have ever been telling everybody is something that you've been taught rather than really. Professor Phil, if you can't answer that very simple question and realise that you would actually see slightly curved down, then it's not my fault. It's your fault, not mine.
No, your fault is that you think of you believe silly things like Earth is flat, Ranty. Get over it.
Well, it was a very simple question, Phil.
What are you doing here? Argument against it, you just have to say that it's silly. Cool.
Well, no, it's silly to assert that's what it would look like, except we don't see that. We don't see to the edge. We don't see everything in between.
No, because your eyes have a limit. A camera has a limit. 0.1666667.
That's an angular limit, but you're referencing a distance limit.
Or when
Yes.
you look up the weather and it says visibility.
I was
10
just
miles.
saying that.
That's the
Seriously,
furthest
I've
that you can
got that
see.
loaded up right away, right here, right now.
Every
seriously.
day on the weather
So
station.
sometimes the visibility is bad. Is that like that all the time, and that's why I can't
All
see
the time.
my own state from 100,000 feet?
All the
I can see
time.
the moon,
Yes.
which on
Do you
here is
catch the
whatever,
weather
Yes.
station,
thousands of
Because
miles.
you're only looking
Or
through
it's not.
10 miles.
What's the distance to the moon?
Yeah,
when it's
many
setting?
miles. Many
How
miles.
How many?
Yeah, and it's not in its right location, is it? Because that's an apparent moon.
Listen to him
It's
squirm
five,
and
5
deflect.
minutes ahead.
Wow.
Oh,
Isn't
here
it?
we go. Hold
Squirm.
on, guys. Listen.
You guys are asserting you can't see
I need.
as far as you
Not
can.
a certain.
Let me
not a
inter-
certain. That's science.
Let
that
me
you
inter-
don't know about, obviously.
Let me interject here for just 1 second. I've got to say this. Dark Exhaustion says, "Look at the round table on Ranty's screen. It bends, Professor Phil." So if you want to watch on the live stream, you'll actually see a table at the bottom. It's exactly the concept that we're actually trying to get you to process.
Hey, Neg. Hey, Neg. Did the LEM have an odometer on it? Did the LEM have an odometer on it? Like, how do
Did it
you
have a
know the distance
barometer?
to the moon? Did it have an odometer?
Did the moon have an odometer?
How far away is the moon? Are you going to measure it in miles or meters?
I don't know. Should I check the odometer on the moon?
I'm asking you, bro.
I don't know. You said it has one. How do
You
do
asked the question, how far away is the moon? And I said, well, I'll tell you if it had an odometer. And I'll tell you.
Oh.
Wait,
you,
don't change
go
the subject.
Fly up there and look? Like, look at the odometer and see how far it went?
So anyway, are we claiming that there is no limit to our vision or visibility? So this
How far is the
visibility...
moon away when you can see it in the horizon, and that might give you an idea of how far you
That's not the real moon, though, is it, Neg?
Oh,
And
so
it doesn't
that's a
actually set on the
magical
horizon all the time.
It's a magical moon. That's not
Yes, it is a magical
real
moon.
location.
Yes. Same as the sun. You've never seen a sunset in your life or a sunrise. It's an apparent sun. The sun
Magic,
on...
folks, you heard it here.
Yes, on your model it is. Because when you look at anything on the horizon, as soon as the sun's disk touches the horizon, the real sun has already set beyond it. And you didn't even know that about your own model? And you're in here arguing it? Do you know what an apparent sun is? Do you know what an apparent moon is?
Doesn't mean magic.
It doesn't
does
mean
mean
it's
magic.
not the sun. You
Because it's illusionary.
It doesn't
Just
mean
like
it's
your
not the
apparent
sun.
horizon that you're reifying.
So looking at the glare of the sun isn't the real
What is
sun.
that bright thing out there that causes daylight? What is that thing that causes daylight, Gleam?
Well, if you're seeing it after the sun has already set, then
Your-
you're actually
your
seeing the
rhetoric
glare. Phil.
questions are bullshit, Phil. Neg has just literally said...
That's assuming that correlation.
It's
is
just
causation.
literally-
You can't prove that the sun causes
You are
daylight.
thick and in our country. we
No,
call
wait
you a
there.
galah.
You are thick, Phil, because
wouldn't
he
even
has
make
just
it to
literally
Wombat.
said... He has just literally said that the sun and moon that we see on the horizon are real, not illusions.
Yeah, of course they're real.
No, I didn't say that in the context that you're saying.
He's not. He didn't.
So they're not
describe
apparent,
position, he just
or
said
are they
things
apparent?
real.
Apparent or real?
Everything in your reality is apparent.
Exactly. So do you have apparent limits?
Well, that doesn't mean that you can't determine where things are.
Yes, it does, because you are limited. That's what the whole word limit means.
Are you trying to tell us that that shiny object is not the sun and the other one is not?
Shut up, Phil. Shut up, Phil. You're going off on one. Look, You see here,
You
visibility,
and-
20
you're
kilometers,
about
20 kilometers.
I might have to drive the MR2 home again.
You need to mute him up, Randy. Anyway, so we have got visibility limits all around us due to the atmosphere. Okay, due to the thickness of the atmosphere, the fog, let's say, thin fog. Okay, so you are limited on that. You're limited on your device. Yeah, but you want to just go, nah, let's forget all these limits. Let's pretend they don't exist. And let's pretend that that is the real moon and the real sun and it's not advancing.
That's it, sir. They got it figured out, man. Everything is magic.
So you think it's not the real moon?
On the horizon, no, it is not. Science tells me it's not. Are you telling me it
We're
is?
not talking about the position of it now.
Ah, yes, we are.
We're talking about whether
We
it's
are
the
talking
real
about
moon
the
or not.
position of it.
Is it the real moon or not the real moon?
It's not. It's an apparent
It's not the real
illusion.
moon.
It's an apparent
I'm not talking
illusion
about position, Glenn.
of
I'm talking
the
about
moon.
the object.
It's not there.
Just because
It's
you
not
can
there.
talking about whatever you want. He made it clear what he was talking
Professor
about.
Phil, let him explain to you and learn something.
No, the
No,
Glenn's
he
position is
just
nonsense.
Ranty, he'll just keep blabbing on and on.
No, let him explain, please.
Gleam, would you just say celestial refraction instead of this confusion? Yeah,
No.
because I understand what you're talking about.
No, I won't. I'll say it as I've been taught it and as I've learnt it. It's an apparent position of the sun. When you are looking at the sun
So it
setting,
is still the sun, though.
hang on. Why do you have to interrupt? It's an
Because
apparent.
I don't want to listen to the rest of the bullshit. I know what you're saying.
Can you fire radar? at
Like
it
we say that
get
to
its
yours
distance?
when you're chatting all your bullshit. We know all your bullshit. We've researched it for 5 years, Phil.
How far off from the actual location is the apparent location per
Half a
science?
degree on your
So
model.
it's only half a degree.
Why don't
What do you
you
mean
ask
only
folks to
half a
fire
degree?
radar at it
What
to
do you
tell us
mean
how
only
far
half
away
a
it is,
degree?
right?
So we've got a half a degree of margin of error to work with. So it's within a.
Are you sure you want that half a degree? Are you sure you want that half a
area,
degree?
right?
Because how much is your horizon curving?
Well, so half a degree in terms of distance, right? Only means if
How
you
much
go
is your horizon
up
curving?
at it that we would use to determine distance has if refraction.
You're not going to answer,
at
are
the
you?
same-
Talk about
at
the
same
word
level,
salad now.
Okay, well, I mean, I guess I don't have to explain it. You guys can continue on.
No, I just wanted a figure. You're not going to obviously give me.
Well,
So,
but you
so
keep
how much is
asserting
it
that
dropping
because
each
it's
side?
only off by half a degree that somehow means we can't determine a distance. Well, sure, we can determine the distance to that margin of 0.5 degrees up or down, right? That gives that gives a window at 1.5 degrees that we have to determine a distance to. So that distance can be, 10,000
Exactly.
to
And
11,000
I
miles,
don't
right?
think you've done the maths to understand how much your horizon in the picture that you just put in the general chat is bending. Because that is less than 0.2 degrees there, mate.
All right, but we're talking about where the moon is and how we would determine a distance to it.
So
You're telling
what
me
I've
that
just
because it's
explained.
refracted
No,
only by
wait there.
0.5 degrees, that somehow
Listen.
we can't, and we can.
What I've just explained is that you've got you've just explained, you've got a 1.5 error deviation. Yeah? But yet you're showing me a 0.2 deviation of error on that
we're talking
curve.
about distance to the moon. That's why we're referencing the moon right now.
Yeah, well, either way, you were showing in the side chat or in the general chat, sorry, in Discord, a curve. And you were saying, why can we show this curve? I said aerosols, you weren't having it, even though obviously science says aerosols. But then Ranty showed you the disc of how it would curve. Yeah. And then you're going, well, this refraction. So I'm just going through the whole thing.
point here
The
is distance
refraction
to the
thing.
moon. I don't know why you're talking about something else. Distance to the moon.
Yes, the distance to the moon cannot be determined from a moon on the horizon.
Why not?
Because it's the apparent moon, not the real moon.
It's only potentially a half a degree off, and you
Yes,
can determine
and
the
that half a
distance to
degree.
that
Do you know how
range.
much half a degree is for, let's say, 250,000 miles? You know how much that half a degree discrepancy would end up being at 250,000 miles, mate?
Or is it a 250,000 miles away?
What mission? What mission went up? Apollo
I
1,
don't
2,
know.
3,
He's
4,
the
5,
one
6, or
asserting.
7 to determine.
That's
the
your model, isn't
distance
it?
To the moon.
Do you not know your model?
Which Apollo mission went up to determine the distance to the moon? So that
Aaron, why are we going?
that-
Why are we going
Whose
on that
model
one,
can
Aaron?
land
Whose
on it,
model
right?
dictates that distance?
So you can't
talking
answer
about-
anything then,
we're
Nick?
talking a flat
No.
model, right?
Well,
So-
Negator, are you actually going to answer any questions, or are you just going to obfuscate every single point?
I think he's going to obfuscate every answer.
No, I'll
Your
prove that you're not
model
answering.
dictates
Yeah,
the
I'll actually
distance.
show you you're not
Let's
answering
bark at
because
this guy.
you come in and you started saying, I've just shown a curve. And I said, that's not the real horizon. No, why
How
are you
do you know the
interrupting? Why are
distance,
you
Megatron?
interrupting?
How do you know?
Yeah, I'm telling you how you're not answering. Yeah? So I said, that's aerosols. No, I'm going through the whole process. No, I've just answered the
You're
question.
deflecting,
What are you on about?
Negator.
What am I deflecting, Rob?
Okay, what didn't I answer?
Meg,
Ask the
you're not
question so then I can
answering
point
one
out all of the questions that you've avoided. Go on. What didn't I answer? I'll answer it right now.
No, it's fine. I've put him on server mute because I'm sorry, I can't be dealing with that.
Yeah,
He's a rumpus.
being stupid.
Well, can I just go through just to reiterate his avoidance? Because started off where he was saying, I've just shown a curve. Why is that possible? I said, obviously, aerosols. You can't see Earth's hard horizon. He said, no, you've just made that up. I've shown him science. He just hand-waved, dismissed it, moved on. We went on to the actual curve, showing the curve on a disc. Yeah, at a tilt.
I want to shut these
Can you
lights
can you
off.
mute that mic off? Sorry, but yeah. So then went onto the disc, and he says, "Oh well, what about refraction and this, that, and the other?" And then we went on to refraction. So no matter every time he was trying to answer a question, he would distract onto something else.
Gloom. He kept moving. Gloom. Sorry.
I am
He
gloomy.
kept moving it out, and
Okay.
I was doing some shit, and he went to distance. Gleam, how do you know the distance to the moon? It's not your position,
crazy.
right? We need to ask him. How do you know the fucking distance to the moon? Okay.
He's-
And first of all, before you launch up some tinfoil cardboard, coat hanger machine to get there, it'd be nice if you knew how much fuel you needed, right? How far away it is, all that shit, right? It would be totally nice. How big it is, right? Because if it's further away than you think, it might look smaller than you think, right?
Well,
Y'all are missing the obvious about Neg. He tag teamed in for Phil, and
Yeah,
then,
he tried to rescue him.
No, he rescued him. He tag teamed. That's how they do it.
Yeah. They high five
You're
their
full of
way out,
shit.
right? Rakia?
You're like a bunch of children.
Saying you're full of shit.
Now he's back. See?
Now listen,
High
Glenn.
five, high
Said
five
the
back
professor in speech marks. Everybody else, shut up. Yeah, you're all a bunch of kids.
I want to say something, please.
Okay, Crow, go ahead. Go ahead, Crow.
Yeah, Gleam and Ranty, I get your point regarding the let's say the aerosols, and that it might create a curvature that it isn't there. But that's about the horizon where the sky meets the Earth. So Negator posted two pictures. The one of them is like that. The other one is too high above this aerosol layer, and now the horizon is between the aerosol layer, or the atmosphere, and the darkness of the sky.
I've got to counter that.
You just made a few claims there. You made a few claims there, Crow. Back them up.
Indeed.
Yeah,
Listen,
no,
hold on.
I've got to
hold
counter
on.
him, and I'll counter him straight away.
Right, before you do, hold on before you
Oh,
do.
go on.
Hold on before you do. I just want to say to Neg, who said that he was muted by the cowards. No, we weren't, Neg. Listen, you're welcome to come in, chat, debate, talk. Like Professor Phil comes in, chats and debates, and speaks from his heart. You've been on the scene for so long that you just come in and you know how to obfuscate the shit out of my show. So ultimately, that can't stand. If you're not going to come in and answer a question, when you're given direct questions, then what's the point in you actually just wasting people's time? Think about that for a minute. Right, go ahead, Gleam.
Yeah. Okay, so Crow, if you imagine, let me say I've got a smoke machine. Okay, which is going to represent the actual atmosphere. I've got a smoke machine, and right in the center of the smoke, of where all the smoke machine is a football. Bright yellow. You should be able to see it, but you can't see it because the smoke machine is obscuring it. Yeah? Now, you can have that smoke machine in front of the ball, and even a wall only, let's say, 6 foot high. if you're X a distance away from it, no matter how high you get, you've still got to look through that smoke to see that ball on the floor. Yeah. So
no, I'm not getting the example now. We were talking about a flat square, as Randy stated.
Yes.
And
yes.
And there's a circle around me, and this circle outside of this circle there's a cloud or fog or whatever.
Yep.
So I will see the bottom side of this circle as curved, but the top side I will not see it. I will just see above it. I will see it flat.
And
that circle around you is called distance, right, Randy? Just distance.
Distance, yeah.
Yeah. Another analogy is get into a swimming pool under the water and pretend the water is the atmosphere. Okay, you're looking right the way over to the one edge of the bottom edge, underneath the water, right on the opposite side, right below. Now you get out of the water, you've still got to look through that water / that medium in order to see that edge on the bottom of the pool, and that will be refracted because you're obviously looking.
It'll be minor compared to looking at it horizontally, right?
Yes, I agree. I agree. But listen, you are thousands. Will you stop shouting at me? I know Snell's law, you idiot. Listen.
No, you're the idiot.
Look, listen.
Okay, hold on, Gleam. Okay, Gleam.
Why
right,
are you
listen.
shouting like a kid?
Everybody be quiet for a minute. So, right, so Professor Phil, you've just mentioned Snell's law. Can you tell us what Snell's law is, please?
Okay. The refractive index times the angle of the angle of incidence is equal to the refractive index of the other medium times the angle that it comes out. That's basically it.
And how
parallel?
Does that,
are
how,
you assuming
wait there,
parallel light rays?
no, wait there. Let's not get off this topic. So we're on a football field. Yeah, I'm on one end of the field, and the line or / horizon is on the other end of the field. Okay. Now I build a 2-foot wall. Okay, on your line, so I'm still over the other side. I put one brick, behind that 2-foot wall. Yeah, and I then get on top of a goalpost, whether it's rugby or football, it doesn't matter. That 2-foot wall is still going to cover that one brick behind it. You would have to get virtually 45 degrees away in order to see that one single brick behind the wall, and the wall representing the actual aerosols here. So you can't get out of that aerosols unless you're in space and looking 45 degrees down to see what's behind it.
Well, what those scientists say that you cannot see the horizon. The horizon is the meeting of the blah, 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 blah. Now, what we see in the picture that negators
no, Crow,
is not the horizon.
Walk away with blah, blah, blah. What is the horizon?
Okay, I'm just saying what Gleam is saying. I don't have to repeat it. I can't remember the exact words or the exact scientists. But when you look at that picture, that is not the horizon. That's the line between the haze or whatever atmosphere and the darkness of the sky or space. So that's not the horizon.
Exactly, but yet you're telling me that it's curved because it's a physical horizon. Do you not get the irony of that?
No, that's not the horizon that was identified in the article.
Okay, well, why is he squashing it up then?
Because the curvature is so minute, you cannot see it with your own eyes.
Okay. So
do we not have optics to check this out, Crow? Right?
No. Wait, the ultimate question. The ultimate question. So you curve that up. Why is that not just the curving of the aerosols and the land underneath it is flat?
Oh, come on.
What do you mean, oh, come on?
You mean that when that camera on the balloon is going around, there should be humps of aerosol around the balloon?
No, not at all. I'm saying wherever your focal point is, that is where the most dense is. Yeah? All around, your perspective goes into that one focal point.
Yep.
Because that's the bulge of the clouds or the atmosphere.
No, it's not a bulge. I'm not saying it's a bulge. I'm saying no matter where you pointed your camera, you will always get that less on the outer edges because of this field of view circle that you're looking through.
What's the point you're making?
I agree. If you are in like 2 kilometers, 5 kilometers, but if you go higher, like that image, it's something else.
Well, that's it. As soon as you go over a mile, that's it. You're entering the zone of aerosols, and you can no longer see a hard horizon to determine, is that hard horizon bending, or is that just a product of the aerosols?
I fully agree with you. I fully agree with you on this aspect, the horizon, that the meeting of the land or the ocean and the sky. But in that image, it's not the ocean and the sky. It's the clouds or the atmosphere and the sky.
Into the distance, right? Like it extends into the distance, right, Crow? Because that's why you can't see it, right? Otherwise, it should be a hard, or relatively hard horizon, right? Because those clouds further off, if you're at 120,000 kilometers, 20.
Gleam, what is the
Hotter
sign
blown.
of 90 degrees? What is the sign of 90 degrees?
God, I don't know.
Not fair. That's
It's
not
1.
fair.
Gleam, the sign of 90 is 1.
I was going to say 0, but go on.
Okay, the sign of 90 is
either
1.
1 or 0.
So 1 times the refractive index is going to be equal to 1 times the refractive index. You understand that if you're in space looking at the Earth,
but you're not in space, Phil. That's the point. You're not in space. You're not even 10 miles up, mate.
Space. You've never been there, Phil. Ever.
Phil, the photograph that was just being shown is from a high altitude drone, wasn't it? Or just a drone? 1,600 foot or something. No, we were talking about a different one. Phil, we were talking about a different one, and you've just barked in like a barky Jack Russell biting at my ankles. We were just talking about negs. He's just posted up 2 pictures and said, this is Earth's horizon, and it's definitely curved because you can see it curved. And I've just said, no, you cannot see Earth's hard horizon. And we've just had about an hour's worth of you lot telling me, yeah, you don't have to see Earth's hard horizon. We can imagine it from aerosols.
Why do you need to imagine it? You can see it in those pictures.
or you can bloody well look at it from a camera in space.
There's a video from Vsauce that says that you can, with the ISS, from the ISS, can only see 3% of the Earth's surface. Doesn't matter which direction you look. Okay, 3%. And they're looking out, showing this, amazing curve and all this stuff. How does that happen if you can only see 3%?
Why is that relevant?
You don't get it.
No, it doesn't get it.
Anything you can't answer is just not relevant.
Do you want to tell me why it's relevant?
Because
you want to explain that?
Sure, it means that you should not ever be able to see the horizon on the ISS, right?
Okay, and?
Or if you do, if you were there, if there were people there, if it was a real thing, it would just look exactly like a high altitude balloon.
Okay. I got curved horizons in these photos I showed you. Below center of mass, or center of frame.
yes, they're curved aerosols.
Oh.
Show him wrong.
So we got a flat Earth, the curved aerosols.
Yep. If you know how camera optics work, where you've got a curved lens, one of them lenses that curves and concentrates the light in the middle.
First it was perspective, then it was aerosols.
It's the same thing.
It's still perspective.
It's the same thing.
It's exactly the same. It's still perspective, Negator.
You just can't answer any of them. That's the thing. You just distract over to this, distract over to that, and you can't answer. Why can't you answer anything? Why is everything irrelevant?
It just denies the science.
It disagrees with you.
It denies the science. It doesn't know what optics is. They don't have anything other than Earth curve. They don't understand this stuff.
Oh. No. So lenses would curve it around the center, not convex regardless.
Who was talking about convexing and concaving? I was talking about the concentration of light.
Negator, back away from the mic a bit. You're high.
So if that were true, because light's always concentrated in the center, then you could never see straight lines.
Easy.
It always
easy.
appear curved.
Your mic's not a cheeseburger. Calm down.
Right? Or is it not the optic? Because if it's the optic, then it's going to happen in every photo. If it's not the optic, then, well, you got something to explain it to do.
So are you telling me there aren't flat? Or you're saying that they do always curve? Because I'll say all lenses curve. I'll say that categorically right now. You will put it this way: there's only the nano lenses which are not even publicly available, which are completely flat lensed, okay, and distortion free. Okay, every other lens on the market today has distortion, and
including
yes,
your
will
eyeball.
curve. Yeah, and will curve lines that are not
Unfortunately,
curved.
Those curved lenses would. What you're talking about is barrel distortion.
No, I'm talking about light intake, and you
the
try to go the other way.
Oh, so it intakes light, but it magically makes flat lines look curved.
No magic. Why is this magic? Is
Perspective.
science all magic to you?
Negator's perspective, my friend. You should really look into what we talk about instead of just poo-pooing it.
Negator wear glasses and all? I mean, let's
He
check this out.
understands it
Maybe,
perfectly.
I
He's
think
just here
Professor
to answer
Phil.
questions and ask questions and obfuscate. That's what he does.
Does
Okay.
Professor Phil wear glasses at all? I mean, does anybody wear glasses?
Professor Phil does, yeah.
Yeah. Why does my horizon appear to rise up to my eye level then?
It doesn't.
It doesn't.
Not.
It doesn't appear.
Okay, all right.
No, it doesn't appear to rise up.
That everybody sees, that doesn't happen. Your
Oh,
eyes
well,
are lying to you.
Yep.
Well, Bob, you can actually measure that it doesn't.
No.
Oh,
I said
measure that it
appears. Do you know what appears means? Because we've
You
just
can
been through
measure
that
an
with the apparent sun.
thing taking place?
Well, everything is apparent, so you can only measure the things that you can see.
There you go.
which
So
are
then the
not
horizon,
apparent.
the apparent horizon does rise
Now,
up
a
to your eye
minute ago,
level
you said it
because
rises
it's
to eye
apparent,
level,
right?
but now you're asserting that
Absolutely.
it can't rise to eye level because it's apparent, but we see it rise to eye level.
I just told you it's
What's the
apparent
argument here,
because
Bob?
that's the illusion of perspective with your
Oh, well,
perspective limit.
Illusions aren't measurable.
Yeah, they are.
Okay, right,
What are you
listen.
measuring,
Hold
man?
on,
What are you
guys.
measuring?
Hold on, guys. 5 more minutes, guys, just so you know. So if you guys want to round up with your line of questioning, and then I'll go through your final thoughts in about 5 minutes. So carry on for 5 minutes, and I'll do round up.
You've changed your story, Neg, because you just said what we can measure the sun on the horizon even though it's apparent. Yeah, but then you've just said and switched. No, we can't measure illusions.
No, it's not an illusion.
Is it not an illusion? So it's really there.
That doesn't meet the definition of an illusion.
Does it not?
Light refraction is not an illusion.
Who decides that? Because in optometry they call perspective an illusion.
Oh.
It's
How
an
many-
illusion psychology of the mind, and it's got to be an illusion or you'd have two rings, because the illusion is your brain configures it so it puts it into one picture from two eyes. So it's got to be an illusion.
How many light
Brain
minutes?
isn't
How many?
measurable,
How many?
right?
How many
the
light
moon
minutes?
illusion appearing larger on the
Negator.
horizon. You can't
Negator. How
measure
many?
that.
How many light minutes
it's an
away is the
illusion.
sun? How many light minutes away is the sun? The
This-
light.
I don't know. What's the sun?
6 minutes.
How many light minutes or whatever they call it? How many minutes away is it? The light. Is it so? It's really there when I see it.
Oh, am I really there when you see me?
I'm not
Well,
worried
they-
about
they
that.
say-
We're talking about the.
Obfuscation maximum
They say
overload.
if the sun disappeared suddenly,
Just can't answer
you
any
wouldn't
question.
know.
You haven't asked me.
He's not here to have a serious question.
He went to the
Does
American
the-
School of Engineering.
I did ask you a
That
question
was
and you
true.
avoided it like
Right.
mad. Asked
What
you
was the
7.
question? What
And that
you
was
did is
SE.
You moved the goalpost every time you tried to explain that curved horizon. First, it
Not
was
at all. Not at all.
aerosols, then it was
You
perspective,
changed it.
then it was-
Okay. Right, listen. Gonna do the roundup, guys. So,
Light from the sun.
well, okay, listen. Hold on, guys.
Randy is rounding up.
Yeah, I'm gonna just okay. I'll let this line of questioning go for Crow and Aaron, and then I'll round up, and then we'll go through final thoughts. I'll probably leave you till last gleam, if that's all right. Yeah. So Aaron and Crow, do you two want to ask your questions?
So, Crow, my question to Negator was, he's talking about apparentness and light and obfuscating, everywhere. But if we're actually trying to figure out what light is or whatever, let's just figure out what we see. So I've heard it's 8 light minutes away or something. Is that what science says?
Yes, 8 minutes. That's what science says.
Yeah. So when the sun comes up over my horizon there and I shoot a radar beam at it, right? Like scientists would do, NASA, and they say, oh yeah, it's 93 million miles away. Look at that. Are they shooting at the actual sun?
No, there's something that's called sun aberration. This is like the stellar aberration, Aries failure style. So it's not exactly the position, but the shift is very, 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 very tiny.
What shift are you talking about? I mean, we're talking about sending light rays, basically radar waves, electromagnetic waves, right? Which move at the speed of light, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, it has a beam.
Towards light. So I point my apparatus at that light there, coming up over the horizon, like boom, and I get a signal back, right?
Yes.
But the sun wasn't actually there. I get the signal back in like a minute and a half or 3 minutes, whatever it is, right? But the light wasn't actually there for another 5 minutes.
I get your point. I get your point. So if your beam when it falls on the sun, it has a width of like 5 kilometers. You are not going to receive that wave. The Earth would have moved by the time that wave comes back. But even pencil beam is like 1 degree. They call it pencil beam, but still 1 degree. That 1 degree is enough to cover a lot of area around the sun and return to the Earth.
So let's say sun was at noon. I don't know, what do you guys call it? Zenith or whatever. It's at noon, and I shoot my earthbound light rays, radio waves, electromagnetic waves up there, but it's not in that position, right?
Yeah.
But I still get a return.
If the beam is wide enough, like 1 degree, you're going to get it. If it's
Wide
too
enough.
narrow,
Whoa.
Yeah.
Okay, don't beams diverge? Don't beams refract? Apparently, right?
Not at zenith.
No, but at zenith, the actual sun is not right where it should be, right? Well, at least what we're told, right? It's 8 minutes
still
behind.
diverge.
Exactly.
Of course, you need to have diversion for the beam, or else you're not going to receive it back. The Earth would have moved, and you're going to miss it.
Let me help Crow there before we put him in a coffin. So they account for that 8 minute lag, right? They already account for that in their math. Is that what you're going to say?
They don't have to, because creating a very narrow beam that is going to miss the sun is difficult thing. So by default, the beam will cover a lot of area around the sun, not just the sun, and so we are going to receive it back even after 16 minutes.
But the sun's a sphere, apparently, right? So you would have to have one direct beam that bounces back, just one, right? Because every other angle of, is at that distance, or whatever, it's shoot off, right, gleam in all these other directions, and we'd never be able to pick that up. We don't have satellites over on Venus and other planets to be like, oh yeah, we got that one ray. No, you need that one beam to come directly back into the emitter. Is that not right, or am I wrong?
Well, because it's a sphere, that gives you a privilege, like you can see a ball bearing in the dark. So
well, you can't.
Exactly. It spreads the light everywhere, and so if the radar just hit the sun, all of the sun,
but
then we are going to receive it no matter what.
Yeah. But the sun's not there. It's 8 minutes behind where I was shooting it, right? Where I was shooting my light beam.
Yeah, you're talking about a real concept that's called sun aberration. But
no. That's what Arwen talks about.
Well, yeah, we can elaborate on this later. I like it.
We'll talk about it tomorrow. How's that? Right. So, Crow, do you want to do your final thoughts there, mate? Let's go down the list.
Oh well, this episode was too crowded. I feel so much noise in my head, but I enjoyed. Thank you.
Or is F Evangelist?
Randy, another good show. My only constructive criticism would be we should lower our tolerance of answering a question with another question. Particularly Neg, it just bounces off topic. nothing really ever gets discussed to its conclusion, or some form of conclusion. So, but thanks.
Yeah, I think I'll agree with that. I think hopefully we'll be able to train Neg a little bit better. Let's go to Aaron.
Yeah, in the spirit of the show, Ranty, when you started off, said we're going to go hard, right, on the Globers. If we get one in, let's rack them, right? Let's hang them up. And we didn't quite do that, but with information we did, right? Or from what I heard. And so that's okay. But at the same time, a guy like Negator, we just need to kick him, bring him in, but just kick him around. All of us. Yeah. So when Crow said, oh, it's just too much, it's too crowded. Yeah, it's because Negator's over there just, disrupting the whole goddamn show. Let's just go in, let's over-talk each other just to shut him up so Ranty doesn't have to mute, and then Negator's going to say, oh, Ranty muted me, or some fucking bullshit, right?
Odometer on the moon, though, right? It's a valid conversation.
Right, let's
exactly.
Hold on.
So, cheers, Ranty.
No worries.
Love you,
the next Aaron. Hansel's. Nope. Right, okay, left lane.
Hey, Randy.
Hey.
It's a pretty good show, but again, nothing.
Yeah, you roboted a bit there, mate. Not sure how much we heard of that. Mobius, if you've got anything to say. No, right, okay, Neg, up to you.
Any of you folks that think you have a question for me that needs specifically to be answered, you're more than welcome to message me in Discord. But I have a feeling that you won't, and there's a reason for that. Thanks.
Okay, Paige.
Yeah, the reason we won't neg is because we don't need your indoctrination. We've all been through the same school system. We know what you're going to say. And, when we're having a conversation with someone like Phil, we need to keep it on track with him. Letting Neg come in and just, you can hear he won't answer a question. He answers questions with questions. Has that stupid monotone voice. Pretending that he doesn't care about what's going on when it's obvious he does because he's here. So we need to keep focused on the people we can reach. Like, I think we can reach people like Phil if we, give it a good try.
Okay, thanks, Paige. Actually, Professor Phil, your final thoughts, please.
Okay, so I just want to, so Paige, just to answer what you just said. When you say you can reach me, yes, in other words, you can put a question to me and I will do my best to answer it. However, Paige, I'm sorry, but I'm never going to think that the Earth is flat. But never mind. That said, I want to leave with something that I would like all the flat Earth people to consider. When you look up there in the sky at night, you can actually see satellites. And one of the satellites that you can see very, very easily is the ISS. Now, look up that object that's in the sky. In the UK, when you look at it when you look at it over the UK, and then you look at it back over Australia, only 40 minutes later, it's over Australia, and then 50 minutes later, it's back again. Now, there is no man-made object that uses any kind of fuel that can travel that fast. It would need to travel at least between 17 and 18,000 miles per hour in order for it to achieve that feat of being able to go from the UK to Australia in 40 minutes. This is my turn. So I want you to have a think about what object could there be that uses fuel that seems to indefinitely, day after day, without actually being refueled, manage to go from the UK to Australia in 40 minutes and then 50 minutes back again. What object could that be?
Okay.
Maybe it's a natural satellite.
Okay, thanks, Professor Phil. There. Right, okay, Rakia Life. Final thoughts, please.
Yeah, I think we've heard enough. Thank you, Randy.
No worries. SE Montreal.
Yes, sir. Good show, Ranty. Very good show tonight. If it wasn't derailed by the master troll, Negator, I gotta tip my hat to him. He's a master troll with that voice of his, and he managed to take us away from the topic, which was the homeless shelter and how it did not land on the moon. Don't worry, bro, it didn't work with me. I did not forget about the homeless shelter, and that homeless shelter did not land on the moon. Peace out, everybody.
Cheers, mate. Real Bob Dole.
Yeah, I'll respond to several things. I agree with Effie Evangelist. I think that we need to raise the bar on the conversation and not let things get derailed like that. We don't need someone to explain for the 100,000th time how they think gravity works. We get it. Until they can show us something actually in front of our eyes proving the existence of gravity itself, not the effects, but gravity itself, we don't need to hear that explanation. They need to actually start demonstrating real things. To respond to Negator, yeah, no, I'm not going to ask you questions in Discord or anywhere else. I don't ask my children how to run my family. That's just not a good way to do things. If you're going to spend your time in La La Land, I'm not going to ask you about serious, real, actual things that pertain to reality. And to respond to Professor Phil, it's claimed that the rockets that go into space have to go almost 18,000 miles per hour, about 17,600 miles per hour, and yet you just said that no man-made vehicle ever gets to anything even close to that. So I think you should check your facts before you make claims about what is and isn't happening above you.
Okay.
I'm talking about things that fly.
Brandon Toy.
Whatever, man.
Brandon Toy, final thoughts there, mate.
Okay, rockets don't fly, you dipstick. Thick as a
I mean, how obvious can your trolling tactics get? And then to sit there and act like we would be interested in having an offline conversation with you.
Do you nutcase?
That's pretty ridiculous. But good show. It was fun. Who the fuck's talking to you, Phil?
Yeah,
Shut up.
He's not talking to you, and
Shush
you
now,
wanted your
Phil.
words
You've had
to
your
be...
turn, mate.
Right, come on, Brandon.
But I guess if the shoe fits. All right, peace out.
No worries, mate. No worries. Right the hand. Are you there, mate? Nope. Right. Okay. Gleam. Final thoughts, mate.
Okay, I'll try and keep it quick. So Professor Phil coming here telling us to all shut the F up because we're all acting like children while acting like a child himself. Then started asking for figures. He got figures, wasn't satisfied with that. Had to make me a flat earther for some reason because I quoted Steve Torrance's model. And then the avoidance man of the year comes in, who literally I have asked in perspective, when calculating perspective, what is 62 plus 62? And the guy has told me 128. So Negator, the only questions I would have for you are the ones that you didn't answer. Why could it not be aerosols as shown by science? Yeah, that you can't
Science
see a
doesn't show
hard.
that. That's a lie.
I've just shown you that. You haven't counted. You've just gone, nuh-uh. Number two, why wouldn't it be the perspective of a curled up disc? Yeah, you haven't answered that.
Yeah,
you just
explained that
went
one as
onto the
well,
moon.
because we don't see to the edge. As your disc would require.
No, it wouldn't require. You don't know the flat Earth model because Randy was explaining we have a limit.
Well,
but anyway, it's not a discussion. I'm pointing out the questions. You can answer these in Discord private chat if you want, mate. Yeah, you can't even let me
Let's
speak.
get over Negatory. Let's get on him right now. If he's going to overtalk...
No, he's muted now.
That's it. Let's finish it finally off. So, you have made no account for these aerosols, which science say will not allow you to see a hard horizon, but you've made your decision and conclusion off of it. You've done no perspective maths. You don't even know what perspective is. You look up the basic angular size formula and think that works, even though they call it an approximation for a reason. And guess what? The approximation only works for things that are more, or should I say less than 5 degrees. So when you're talking about a 1.5 degree discrepancy, I don't know whether you're aware, but what changed over from Newton's to Einstein's was 0.00004 degrees. So that 1.5 degrees will have a massive effect. And you clearly haven't run the numbers. You clearly don't understand the flat Earth model that has been presented.
He's deafened himself, Gleam.
Yeah, I know.
For everyone in the audience, Negator has just deafened himself. He hasn't listened to a thing Gleam said. So as soon as he wasn't allowed to talk all over Gleam, he deafened himself.
What he's been doing for years with me. As soon as I mention something valid, it's a nuh-uh, that's irrelevant. Nuh-uh, that's irrelevant. When if it was irrelevant, I wouldn't be bringing it up. And as I say, both Professor Phil and Negator are scared of me. That's the only thing I can put it. And I'm not scary at all. But they're scared of me, that they have to quickly distract and do all this instead of having a basic adult conversation. And you struggle to get it out. I mean, Professor Phil, you need to buck your ideas up, mate. Speaking to somebody, shouting at them, calling them idiots is no way to actually get a conversation out of anyone. And Neg, to literally answer every single question with an answer is no way to have a debate. You're just both here to slow the thing down.
I take it back. Also, Gleam, when I say we should shut Negator down, we should shut Phil down. No, let them talk. You got the floor. You know, we got SC behind us. We got Ranty. We got enough folks here, Paige, to counter what they're saying. I know they overtalk and all that stuff, but it makes for a great show. And so, yeah.
Right, guys. Well,
salute Ranty.
No worries, Gleam.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Right. Listen. To everybody that turned up this evening and made the show, I thank you all. We had 3 Globers this evening. We had Crow, we had Negator, and we had Professor Phil. So thank you very much for you guys showing up and giving us something to think about and something to debate. So it was really a nice surprise to see you guys jump in, and definitely worthwhile. Again, thanks to all the panelists, all the flat earthers that turned up too. I mean, we had quite the panelists tonight. Some great people and some great conversation. So I actually really enjoyed today's show. I thought it was excellent. But then again, I would be a little bit biased, you know, with it being my own show. But hey, listen, it's just the way the cookie crumbles. Sometimes you get some good shows, sometimes you get some mediocre shows, and today just happened to be one of the better ones. So I believe. Anyway, if you liked it, give a thumbs up. I would appreciate that. If you want to turn in tomorrow, I will be here again tomorrow to do another show. I'm hoping to, as I say, get something lined up for you tomorrow instead of just talking about a bit of this and that, bit of this and that. We'll see what happens anyway. And for everyone that tuned in, because we had some excellent figures tonight. I think at one point we had about 170 watching, which was fantastic considering how YouTube has been throttling these streams recently. Not the heady heights of the 280 that I used to get, but certainly not the lows of the 105 or 110 that had been for the past couple of weeks. So definitely a turnaround and definitely an improvement. So thank you everybody for stopping by and supporting the show that way and tuning in. And yeah, with that, I'll see you tomorrow, and take care, be good to one another. I'll see you tomorrow.